got. And I can report that that is done. I managed to get that done. So all the matches from WrestleMania weekend, Stand and Deliver, Raw, SmackDown, NXT, the show scores have all been added to that spreadsheet. And so it means we've got a good idea, a good visual as to how the weekend played out. It's some really interesting information as well. So we won't be looking at that in this stream. We'll probably try and get to it in the review after. So after every stream, I try to do a quick review. Obviously, we do that for Raw. We do it for SmackDown. We did it for WrestleMania. I didn't get a chance to show the match scores and how the weekend had gone, because all I had was just a mountain of paperwork in front of me. So I didn't get a chance to do that, but I am up to date now. So we will show that off during the review. There's quite a few bits to go through. Let's start, shall we, with the official preview. We'll start there, then we'll jump into the chat, and we'll just take it from there, shall we? So tonight, we know that Cody is on the show, and we've got an idea as to what's going to be next for Cody as well. Quite big news dropping earlier today from Nick Aldis. He said that we're going to be doing some triple threat matches. The winners of these triple threats are going to go on to face each other, and that will decide who will face Cody next, right? Audio is a bit bad. Don't know why the audio would be a bit bad. I will have a look at that and see if we can change it a little bit. Let's try this one. Got different settings that I can switch over. Has that done anything? Does that sound a little better? This is not a setting that we tend to use, but it is a different audio setting. So, any better? Yes? No? Audio's okay? That is better? It was a bit echoey before. Better. Lovely. Thank you. Okay. Don't know what that was. I've just switched over to a different setting that we don't normally use, but it doesn't matter. A little bit echoey before is very interesting. I might know what's caused that, but we're going to leave it for now if it's better. Yeet. That's all I needed. Okay, so Cody Rhodes returning to SmackDown as champion. Okay, so obviously he's going to be on the show, and we know that we got some triple threats. Winners of these triple threats will face each other, and then we will get a person that's going to go on to face Cody. Okay, now we've got LA Knight, Bobby Lashley, Santos Escobar taking on Kevin Owens, Rey Mysterio, and AJ Styles. Okay, so what I'm going to say is, first thing I would do, or what I would think we would do, is get rid of any baby faces, right? I think the last thing we need to do right now is have Cody against a baby face, because I think Cody has only just won the title. You really don't want to split the crowds. You really don't want the crowd, like some of them, rooting against Cody. You want everyone to be behind Cody still, right? He's just had this amazing moment. So you know, you can do face versus face, but this doesn't feel like the right time to do face versus face for me. He's only just won the title. We're trying to cement him as this ultimate babyface. So why split the crowd, right? So straight away, if you're a babyface, I don't think you're winning, okay? So that would mean LA Knight is not winning. It would mean Bobby Lashley is not winning. It would mean Kevin Owens is not winning. And it would mean Rey Mysterio is not winning. So that only gets us down to either Santos Escobar or AJ Styles, right? Santos Escobar or AJ Styles. So of those two, who is more likely to go on and face Cody in a legitimate threat? Who's going to be a legitimate challenge to Cody? I think it's AJ Styles, right? I think it's Styles. I don't think we've built up Santos Escobar. He could win, and you could give him that opportunity, but no one's going to think that he's going to stand much of a chance. I don't think anyone's going to think that Santos Escobar might become the new undisputed champion, right? But I think because of AJ's history, right? Because of AJ's history, because of the fact that he is a former world champion as well, because he is a known superstar, I think that AJ Styles is the one that they're going to move with. So, as I said, you can do face versus face, but I just think it's unlikely. You're going to want Cody to be the heel. You're going to want Cody to be the face, and you're going to need a heel for him to go up against so that he looks like the amazing babyface, right? So, as we said, Santos Escobar or AJ Styles, those are your only two options. I think that AJ gets it. So, if AJ doesn't win that triple threat, I'll be stunned. I'll be absolutely stunned. Kevin Owens, Rey Mysterio, AJ Styles. I do think that a babyface will win the other triple threat, probably LA Knight. So my prediction is we get LA Knight versus AJ. Those will be the two winners. It's the rematch from WrestleMania. LA Knight won at WrestleMania. Now he's got to do it again. Someone is going to help AJ Styles, right? Someone is going to help AJ Styles. Is this where we see the arrival of Tama Tonga? Is this where Tama Tonga comes in? Because AJ Styles in Japan was in the Bullet Club, and we know that Tama Tonga has just signed with WWE. Now, you might want to put Tama Tonga in NXT, right? You might want to move him to NXT. But Tama Tonga was in Bullet Club with AJ Styles, and he's signed with WWE. So I'm wondering if that's the direction they're going to go. We're going to have AJ with Tama Tonga winning this little tournament, going on to face Cody Rhodes, and that will be Cody's first challenger. I wouldn't expect AJ to get the title off Cody, of course. I think Cody's going to keep this belt for a while, but for me personally, that's what I'm thinking. That's how I'm seeing it play out. I'm sure many of you feel the same. What we could do is get a poll up, right? Let's get a poll up and let's see what people are thinking. So, who wins the triple threats tournament? Should we call it a tournament? It's not really a tournament, but it's sort of a tournament. Is it going to be AJ Styles? Is it going to be LA Knight? Is it going to be Kevin Owens? It's a pretty big name. Or is it going to be someone else? I think, are those the three biggest? I mean, Rey Mysterio is in there, in all fairness. Santos Escobar doesn't feel that big. Bobby Lashley, surely still involved in a feud. Well, is he? Thinking about it, because Final Testament arrived in NXT, didn't they? They popped up in NXT. So, it's not him. I don't expect him to win. But I'm very confident it's going to be AJ. But I'll just go with those. I'll go with those options. If you really think it's Bobby or Ray, then just vote other. So there we go. We've got the poll. That is up in the chat for you to vote away on. Again, a reminder. LA Knight, Bobby Lashley, Santos Escobar. Right? Those are the three in the first match. Kevin Owens, Rey Mysterio, AJ Styles. Those are the three in the other match. Winners face each other. Winner of that goes on to face Cody Rhodes. I'm guessing at Backlash. I don't know if Nick Aldis actually mentioned where this would be, but I'm pretty sure it'd be Backlash. I think that's probably how we're going to get to his Backlash challenger. Right, what else have we got? Bayley makes her first appearance since winning the WWE Women's Championship, and Cody returns to SmackDown for the first time as WWE Champion. What I would say as well is that this is the first SmackDown after WrestleMania. Now, SmackDown after WrestleMania is not really a thing. Raw after WrestleMania is a thing. So we're not going to get the crazy crowds, because we know a lot of the people that were in Philadelphia for WrestleMania have gone home. You know, like our very own Wrestle with Andy, right? Who was there, but is back home now. And so this is going to be a normal SmackDown crowd, right? It's not going to be a crazy SmackDown crowd. It's going to be a normal SmackDown crowd. And I still think, though, there's a chance that we see the odd NXT person, the odd return. I still think that they'll treat this as the celebration after WrestleMania that it is. You know, this is a celebration after WrestleMania. It's the first time we're seeing Bayley. I don't know if we're going to see Austin Theory and Grayson Waller. If we do, then obviously it's the first time we're seeing them since WrestleMania when they won the tag titles. And the only reason I'm saying I don't know if we're going to see them or not is they did a video where they were sat in a bar drinking and they said, just so you know, we're not going to be in Detroit. We're going to stay here at the bar. Our flight's in an hour, but we're not going to make it. And I can't tell if that's them just trolling or if that's them giving an excuse as to why they won't be at SmackDown. So I'm not sure which is the truth. I don't know if that's them explaining their absence or if that's them just trolling, just having a bit of fun, and they actually do show up, right? So I'm not sure which one that is. We'll find out, obviously, tonight. But in a way, this is SmackDown after WrestleMania, so it should be a celebration with new feuds, and it should be an exciting show. So add in the fact that we've got these triple threats. That's exciting. Bayley's there. Cody's there. There could be surprises. I'm looking forward to this show. I think this show has got everything you want for an exciting night of action. Right, I thought I saw a couple of super chats. Let's see if I get to those. I did. It was gaming in real time. Just let me know the audio was a bit off. And I think it might be off because I have added a second screen to this so that if I need to flip over. So I added that before the stream started. I wonder if that messed up the audio. That's my thinking. But gaming in real time, thank you. Paddy said, good morning. Wrong mic. Thank you, my friends. Sorted. Problem sorted. Charles said, Days, you are the streaming goats. Charles, shout out to you, buddy. I really appreciate the kind words. Yeah, I mean, look, this ain't our first rodeo. We've been doing this since 2018, so we've been doing it a long time. Raws, NXTs, Smackdowns, premium live events. You know, we've done ad hoc streams. We used to do NWA for a bit as well. We did a bit of NWA. We did AEW for the first 5 years of its existence. 4. So yeah, we've done a lot of streaming. We know what we're doing, and we've built up a really great community as well. So a big shout out to all of you that are joining us. I think that, you know, the dust is settling on WrestleMania now, and actually we can transition quite nicely over to the star ratings. So I'm quite fortunate in that, like, obviously you guys are very kind and you tag me in bits that you see. So it means that I've got quite a bit of information that I can just jump into. This is probably where boom. Okay, hopefully, I don't know if we're doubling up on audio now. I think adding this screen has caused a few issues, right? I think adding this screen has caused a few problems. So I might be coming across like twice now, I'm not sure. You'll have to let me know if the audio is okay. But the point I was making was I've set this up now, and we can show off stuff during streams that you lot have sent me during Unseen, right? So hopefully, as long as the audio is okay, of course. I can see that Summit's coming through, so that will do for now. But yeah, these are Dave Meltzer's star ratings, and you can see here that it's pretty good. You can see that he's not given anything 5 stars. I think this is probably the one that has upset people. Well, has it upset? I don't know that it's upset people. I must admit, I was debating whether it was a 4.75 or a 5. I wasn't quite sure myself because there was a lot of outside interference. I think if you look at the actual match itself, I don't know if it gets to a 5, but the spectacle, the emotion, if you put all of that in, then I think it gets to the 5. I don't know quite how Dave is rating it. He might not be bothered about, you know, the finishing of the story. And he might not be overly impressed with all the outside interference or whatever. And, you know, as a result, it's come out as a 4.75. I don't know. To me, I don't really look at that as being a problem. I think that I was 4.75 to 5 as well. I wasn't quite sure. So had that come out as like a 4.25 or something like that, then we'd have an issue. This is the one that grabbed my eye, though. Look at this. Look at that. 0.75 for Jay and Jimmy. Look at that. 0.75. And a lot of people have said it's fair. That's fair. And I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying, wow. A 0.75. I mean, honestly, the match could have been a 2-star. And or it could have been a 1.5. I wonder how we got so low. I wonder how he decided that it was a 0.75. I wonder how he settled on that as a score. How is it not a 1.25? How is it not a 1.5? I don't know. How did he settle on 0.75? I don't know. But either way, I think that it's very interesting, of course. You can see lots of 4s. A 2 for the 6 woman, 4.5. Only a 4 for the main event. I thought that was better than that. I thought that was better. I've got an issue with that. I think that's better than a 4. I really enjoyed the main event of night 1. I think a lot of us said the main event did a lot of heavy lifting. Felt like there was a dip, and actually that does reflect here. Look, 3.75, 0.75, and then 2. And then these 2 matches pick it up. But I think this match is better than a 4, personally. And then, I don't know. I don't know. Has he gone too high on anything? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if he's gone too high. Kind of feel like the ladder match is fair. Feels about fair. 4.5. Yeah, Bailey EO, 4.5. Yeah. I don't know that he's gone too high on anything. I think I'd probably actually just boost a couple of things. But by and large, to be brutally honest with you, I was kind of in agreement. This is a pretty fair picture. It might not be 100%. You might want to put another half a star here, take a little bit off there. You know, you might want to jig it around a little. But by and large, I thought that it was a fair reflection as to how WrestleMania had played out. So those are all the star ratings according to Wrestling Observer newsletter, which I thought you would be interested in seeing. So James said F Meltzer. So there we go. F Meltzer. Hello to Danny D. I hope you are well. Edward said, Days, you are a legend. Almost 2 years. WTF. Yes, Edward. Appreciate the support. Edward has been a member on the channel for almost 2 years. And there should be some really good members footage, which I'm hoping to capture because, of course, normally in my life, I don't tend to do a great deal other than sit here and just gather stuff for unseen videos. Whereas next week, I will be in Florida and I will be out and about and I will be doing toy hunts. And I'm sure I'm going to encounter things that I've not seen before, products I've not seen before, certainly figures that I won't have held or seen in person before, toys that I probably won't have seen before. So I'm sure out of that there will be some interesting members content. I'm really looking at how can I just capture. I really want to capture as much as I can, really. I want to just get as much as I can, and I don't quite know how it's going to get presented. I know toy hunts, that's for certain, but I'm not sure how. I don't know. It depends, doesn't it? I suppose I won't know until I see what I see, and I don't know what I'm going to see. So, but next week should be a lot of fun, certainly for members, because to be honest, I think the members side of the channel, I don't worry so much about what I put on there. I mean, you know, that if that's just going to be, hey, look, this is what's happening today. This is where I am. This is what's going on. So there should be some real fun stuff on the way. So Edward, shout out to you. Right, Johnny said, Days, I'm going to take a vacation from AEW. Oh, it might be permanent. They've lost my respect. They just proved that Punk was in the right, and that was not cool to make Punk look bad. Well, we can talk about that. So I've got a couple of thoughts on the footage, which is probably not going to be popular, but I don't really say things to be popular. I say things because that's how I honestly feel. I think there's a big point which I don't know that people are missing this point. I think people might have thought about it, but there's something which I'm not seeing people talk about too much. I'm seeing a lot of people lay into the footage being shown, right? It seems like everyone's laying into the footage being shown. And I think a lot of you know what I'm going to say. What was the purpose of showing the footage, right? That's, I think, a very important question. What was the purpose of showing the footage? Because if the purpose was to embarrass CM Punk, it backfired, right? And I think a lot of people are under the impression that that is what the purpose was. And to be perfectly honest with you, it might be what the purpose was, right? It might be what they were trying to achieve. If that was what they were trying to achieve, then it was petty. It should have been left in the past. We just got shown what we knew happened. It backfired. You can understand the anger, right? You can understand the anger. So if that was the purpose, then it backfired and I get the anger. But what if the purpose wasn't that? What if the reason they showed the footage was because they had some footage that they knew wrestling fans wanted to see? They've struggled for ratings, and we know the ratings have gone down. And they've tried a few things to get it back, like bringing in Mercedes, bringing in Okada, trying to put on great matches. I've heard they've been putting on great matches. And, you know, people say, why don't they just tell good stories? What do you think they're trying to do? What do you think the show has been this year? I mean, we're into April now. What do you think they've been doing for 3 months? What do you think they've been doing all of last year? Like, they've not just been waiting for something. They have been trying to put on good matches. They've been trying to tell good stories. They've been trying to get your attention, and it's not worked. It's not worked. They have tried and failed repeatedly, okay? Now, this isn't a knock of them. I'm not knocking them. I'm just pointing out that people are saying, why don't they tell good stories? They're trying. This is them trying to do that, and it's not worked. The whole devil storyline and all the stuff with the Bang Bang Gang, you know, that whole thing with the Acclaimed and, you know, whatever. All of that was a story they were trying to tell that was trying to grab your attention. Bringing in Mercedes, bringing in Okada, right? All of this stuff was to grab your attention. And the ratings show that it has not succeeded, okay? So what if they showed the footage because they are desperate and they are at the point where we just need momentum. We just need something that's going to grab attention. And they showed it, and that was the reason why it wasn't as a shot of CM Punk. It wasn't anything to really do with CM Punk other than here's some footage that we know that you want to see, and we're hoping you're going to tune in to watch it. And whilst you tune in, hopefully there's something else you see that you like, right? What if that was the intention, and the intention wasn't to take shots at CM Punk, right? Now, what I would say is, if that was the intention, it sort of worked a little bit, right? They went from, I don't know what the number was, 750-ish to 819. So there was an increase in viewership. But I think a lot of people are under the impression that they did it to take a shot at CM Punk, and that could be true. That could be true. That could be why they did it, okay? But so the problem is that they've got that little increase in viewership, but I think everyone has gone, this was cringe, this was embarrassing, this was Tony just trying to get his revenge, blah, 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 blah. So even though they've had that little increase in viewership, what have they lost? You know, people will say, okay, you've had that increase, but at what cost? At what cost? And it's a fair point. It's a fair point. At what cost? Because I think that you have damaged your fan base. I think that there are fans that are finding it harder and harder to say they're AEW fans, because they want to tune in for great wrestling and they want to tune in to watch great wrestlers. They don't really want to tune in to watch whatever this pettiness was, right? They don't want to tune in for that. And I've seen the reaction that Johnny's had there. I've seen that quite a bit. You know, this was a show where not only did you have that footage, but you also had Ospreay taking the shots at Triple H. And so, you know, there's people going, this is not what I'm tuning in for, man. I'm tuning in to watch the best wrestle, which is meant to be the slogan of the company, AEW, where the best wrestle. And instead, I'm being shown CCTV footage of an incident that happened last year for seemingly a response to an interview, right? And I'm also then seeing Ospreay responding to Triple H comments, right? So rather than looking forwards, we're looking like either back or sideways. And it's like, that's not where a lot of fans want to be. So what I would say is, I don't know what the genuine intention was to show that footage. It might have been, if you was in a creative room where they're deciding what to put on the show, it might have been the decision was, well, listen, we've got something that people want to see, but if we show it, it's going to cause a lot of controversy. Do we show it? Do we play it? Right? And they've decided to play it. And it's now seemingly backfired. You know, there's a lot of people that were really upset with it. I still stand by my initial reaction. And my initial reaction in the video was, I was quite entertained watching it. I'm pleased they showed it. I don't care if it hurts AEW, because I don't watch AEW. So I'm coming at it not from an AEW fan perspective, right? If it hurts AEW, I'm not bothered, right? I don't care. Make no difference to me. So I'm glad they showed it. It's footage that I'm glad is out there. I'm glad that I got to see it and I could see it whenever I want, right? It's still doing the rounds. Even though it's being taken down, it's still doing the rounds. And you know that once it's out there, it's out there. So, you know, we've been shown something that we had never seen before. I'm not going to criticize that. I'm not going to criticize it. I wanted to see that footage. They showed me that footage. So I was entertained by the segment. It wouldn't get me to tune in to AEW now. I think the link to building towards Young Bucks versus FTR was very weak. I don't think that link was very strong at all. I think it was a very, very weak link of like, this happened, we were distracted, and that's why we lost our match to FTR. That's what the Young Bucks were saying. So I think it's a very, very weak link. But really, they just needed to find a way of justifying why they were showing the footage. So not a very strong link, but sort of see where they're coming from at least. They showed the footage. I'm pleased they did. Everyone was talking about it. They didn't get the bump in the ratings, but as Dave Meltzer said, it's not so much about this week. Has it helped them next week? Will next week be a decent number? What about the pay-per-view numbers? Has it brought eyes back to AEW? And we don't quite know the answer to that yet. The first signs are that it wasn't quite as what they were looking for, because they only got 819, and I'm sure they wanted more than that. But, you know, what will they do next week? What will the pay-per-view numbers look like? I've said before, right? You can join in with the the hate that's online, right? Because I'm just seeing a lot of people saying the same thing, which is AEW are garbage. I can't believe they've done this. It's petty, blah, 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 right? That seems to be the online consensus. I personally would rather look at it from a slightly different perspective, which is imagine you are the booker for AEW and you've got this footage, right? Do you play it? And if you do play it, because let's say you're desperate for ratings, right? And you know people want to see the footage. Do you play it? And if you do play it, how do you frame it? How do you present it? You can't just go, here's some footage. You have to find a way of getting it on the show and it making sense. So would you play it? How do you frame it? I think are very interesting questions. Rather than going, oh, they've messed up, blah, 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 and just reacting, I would much rather think from a booker point of view and go, if I was Tony, would I play that footage now to get myself some ratings? And if I would, how would I frame it? And, is the way that he did it correct? And, I genuinely don't know the answer to that. I genuinely don't know. Because if I had tried a load of my ideas and they had all failed, right? So I'd tried, this person being champion, bringing in some people, trying a few stories that I think will grab attention, and none of it has worked. And I'm at a situation now where I'm like, I can keep doing this sort of stuff, but I'm pretty sure it's going to get me the same result. I need something that's going to disrupt. I need something that's going to grab attention. Showing the footage was the nuclear option. That is like pushing the button. Yeah. It's kind of like in case of emergency. And that's exactly what AEW did. They pressed the emergency button. They broke the glass, smacked the emergency button, and they ended up showing this footage, which has really upset people. Well, I wouldn't say upset people. Annoyed, angered, like frustrated, maybe. And I would say caused confusion as well, as to why they've done it. But I'm looking at it as like, maybe I'm just being a bit naive, but I don't know that doing it to get back at Punk, I don't know that was the reason. It very well could be, but I don't know that, right? It's equally as likely, I would say, that it's a ratings grab. It's equally as likely that they're doing it because they need something disruptive. They need something that's going to make a noise, and it did make a noise. You can't tell me it didn't. For the past 2 days, it's all anyone has spoke about is this footage, the reaction to the footage. Was it the right thing to show? Is it going to help them? How did it make Punk look? They've buried Jack Perry. I've seen all of that stuff being spoke about. But I haven't really seen it being spoke about from the perspective of, if you was the booker, would you have done it? Like, if you've tried a load of stuff and it's failed. So I think it's a very interesting conversation. I think it's a conversation we're moving away from as well, though. This is a chat we would have had probably Wednesday night if we were doing our Dynamite stream, right? And that had just ended, or the show had just ended. This is the chat we would have had on Wednesday night. But it's Friday night now. It's WWE. It's Smackdown. We're 2 days removed from all of that, and we're starting to, as every hour goes by, get further away from it. But it was one of the most interesting things that happened this year. It really was. I think if you're going to tell the story of 2024 and wrestling, you're going to tell what happened on Wednesday, right? Because it was that big. It was that big. It was that disruptive. That you're going to talk about that. It was a key moment in the year. It was a key moment. So those are my thoughts on it. I can understand if you are thinking of taking a bit of a break from AEW as a result. I, as I said, genuinely don't know that it was as a response. I mean, word on the street is that Tony was very upset with the interview. I think that might have been the straw that broke the camel's back. To be honest with you, my guess is that he's had this footage for a while, and it's probably crossed his mind to play it before. But he's maybe held off from doing it because he knows the trouble that it will cause, right? He knows the drama that will come as a result. And I think he has tried some other stuff. He could have played this footage before Big Business. Think about that. He's had a lot of time to play this footage, and he could have played it before Big Business. But I think he was thinking, let's do Big Business. And honestly, I think if Mercedes had worked and Okada had worked, I think if all of that stuff had worked, I'm not sure that he would have played this. I'm not sure he would have played it. Because if all that other stuff was working and things were great right now, I don't think he would have needed it. But I think the truth is that they're struggling. I think that he's desperate for ratings, for attention. I think they needed something that was going to disrupt. And I think they've played the footage as a result. And I think the interview with Ariel Helwani was the straw that broke the camel's back. So I think it's really interesting. I could honestly spend hours talking about it, but I know that that's not what the community will want. Like Alex Bliss Gamer said, do you think we'll get some Uncle Howdy tonight? Well, I think they'll play Nightbirds. I will be surprised if we don't hear that Nightbird was played just before. I'm not sure about a glitch, but we may get a glitch. You know, it's not really much to chuck a glitch in there. I don't know that this is going to be like the first QR code or anything, because I really don't know what we're building towards. Obviously, it would help if we knew when he was coming back. I don't think there's a doubt as to who this is connected with, but when is he coming back? If it's relatively soon, then we might need to get our first QR code moving. But if it's going to be something like SummerSlam, then honestly, at this point, we might have a few weeks of just the song being played. And then we move on to the next phase, which will be the start of the QR codes. This is how it was with White Rabbit. You know, you might remember that we did a few weeks of the song being played at house shows and during commercial breaks. So we had a few weeks of that. And then from there, we progressed to the QR codes. And so if we're following that similar path, then, you know, that will be the same one. It will do the song for a few weeks, and then we'll progress to the QR codes. I think it's exciting. I think there's a lot of thoughts and theories. And what I would say is, in Unseen, I am just really presenting everything that I'm being shown. Because what I would say is, even if the theories that are in Unseen, and what I'm thinking of doing is getting those Unseen segments and putting them all together. So here is this week, you know, here's everything that I've been sent this week about Nightbirds. So that if you haven't been watching Unseen, then you will still be able to watch this like mega episode of just all the theories and everything that's been in them from the past 7 days, right? So I'm thinking of doing that on Sunday. What I would say is there's a lot of thoughts, there's a lot of theories, there's a lot of things that I personally don't think are what's happening, if that makes sense. Like, I think there's a lot of theories that are going to lead to dead ends. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that are being spoken about that it's not going to go that way, or that's not an Easter egg, it's not a clue. But the reason why I'm showing them is because I could be wrong, right? So that's A, I could be wrong. But also B, I think it opens up a different perspective and it makes you think about something that you maybe have not thought about. And that might lead to us cracking a code. For example, let me give you an example. I got a great theory, which was in yesterday's Unseen, which was the 30 hellos may connect to Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit, right? Because in that song, they say hello, 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 right? Around 30 times, okay? So it may connect to that. It may not connect to that. But the reason why I included it was because I never thought about it connecting to a song. I never thought about the fact that it might connect to a piece of music, right? And so even if it's not Smells Like Teen Spirit, right? Does it connect to a different song? Has someone thought of putting in hello 30 times into Google and seeing what comes back? Has anyone thought of putting hello into Google 30 times and seeing if there's a track that comes back that gets returned? Now, all of a sudden, I start thinking about that because of the Smells Like Teen Spirit theory, yeah? All of a sudden now I'm starting to think about things that I wasn't thinking about before because this theory may not be correct, but it's now starting to move me in a different direction, like thinking-wise. And so I think that's why I've included everything, because it's like this stuff might be correct. It might turn out to be that's what it was, or it may unlock thoughts in you and in the community that we weren't thinking that actually lead us on the right path eventually, right? So that's why I've been putting everything in. And to be honest with you, I just think it's a really interesting watch to see how people are analyzing it, how they're decoding it, what they're seeing, what they're thinking. And I think I really enjoy it. I really enjoy that side of it, and I think a lot of us do, you know. I don't care about being the one that works it out. That's not something that bothers me. I hope it is one of you guys that work out whatever's going to come, right? I hope it is you guys that crack the codes. I'm really enjoying watching people doing it. I'm really enjoying watching people go through that process of kind of working it out and seeing like some of the dead ends that people go down, but then seeing how people look at things in a different way to me and are considering things different to how I'm looking at them, you know? So I think there is value in looking at all of that stuff and kind of seeing where people are and how people are reacting and where it ultimately leads. So yeah, I think we'll probably do that on Sunday, just gather a load of that together, put it out as like a mega video, which if you've been watching Unseen, you're going to have probably seen. If there is anything extra from this weekend, though, obviously that'll get added also. Whew. I saw something from James. He said, Days, let's be honest, WWE was also shiz till the start of the Bloodline. That's what AEW needs. They need that spark to ignite them. Yeah. So I think... I'm going to say something that people maybe don't like or don't agree with, but the one thing you'll get is honesty from me. I didn't know that the Young Bucks were facing FTR, and I didn't know that there was an AEW dynasty. I don't watch them. I don't watch AEW anymore, right? Not only do I not watch them, but I don't talk about them. I mean, I do WWE watch-alongs and I do Unseens. And really, since I stopped watching, I really have just sort of removed myself from that kind of AEW world. I don't really keep up with the news. I don't know who's feuding with who. And I can honestly tell you, if you don't look for it, it is very easy to avoid. I don't get tagged in it. I don't go looking for it. I'm not actively avoiding it. I might catch the odd thing on social media. So I might see it, but I don't go looking for it. And so I found out that Young Bucks are facing FTR. I found out that they've got a pay-per-view from all of what happened, right? From the fact that they showed the footage, I discovered these things. Now, if I am someone that would love to see that match, right, that might get me to tune in. I tell you the other thing I found out, that it's going to be Will Ospreay versus Bryan Danielson at this pay-per-view. Something else I didn't know. I didn't know that match was happening either. So what I would say is, if I look at me personally, I'm not talking about the wider world, I'm just talking about me personally. I have found out there is a pay-per-view coming up. I can't remember the date. I think it was 20-something. I can't remember. But I know there's a pay-per-view coming up. I know that it's going to be Young Bucks versus FTR. And I also know it's going to be Ospreay versus Bryan Danielson. And I didn't know any of those things before. So if that's just me, and I'm just one example, and Ospreay Danielson does sound good, right? I'm not going to watch it, but if I'm someone that could be more swayed, right? If I'm someone that would be like, oh God, that does sound quite interesting, maybe this does just boost their numbers. The problem you've got, though, is anyone that you gain from doing this, right, this tactic, this strategy, anyone that you've brought back you may, negate by the sheer amount of people you've lost, because there's plenty of people saying, I'm done with AEW. I'm seeing lots of people saying this was petty, this was childish, I'm done with AEW. I can't believe they did this, can't believe they thought this was a good idea, blah, 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 right? There's a lot of people saying that. So the amount of people that you might have gained by doing this stunt might be negated by the amount of people that you've lost by doing this stunt. So for me, I just think it's fascinating that I've said this before, we have got a billionaire that is spending money, bringing in the best they can get, right? The best free agents they can get, trying to put on the best show they can. And we get to watch the results. We get to learn from their mistakes. And so they've took a big gamble here. They've took a big gamble. They've played this controversial footage, and we get to learn from the results. We get to see, was it a good idea? Was it a bad idea? What does it result in? We just get free knowledge. We just get free knowledge. We get to look at the ratings. We get to look at the breakdown. We get to look at the reaction for free. For me personally, I love the fact the footage was played. I have no shame in that whatsoever. As I said, I'm not an AEW fan. I don't watch. Doesn't make any difference to me. But I get to watch all the reaction. I get to see the ratings and was it worth it? And I get to see, does the pay-per-view perform better? Because I'm sure we'll find out details on that. I'm sure WrestleNomics or someone will get some data that can help us establish how successful, even if it's just how have the ticket sales done since the footage was played. How have the ticket sales done for Dynamite since that footage was played? So they needed a disruption. They, as James said, like a spark. And I'm wondering if they thought this would be it. But, we can sit here now and say probably it wasn't, right? Probably has backfired. But I love the fact that we get to learn from it, I'm not down on that at all. So, right. 50 minutes already, man. It's funny. I was sat here and I was like, I need to do an unseen. And to be perfectly truthful with you, I'm a bit behind because I've been doing research for UFC, which we're doing tomorrow. I've been trying to fill that spreadsheet up. I've been trying to keep on top of the news. So I was like, I'm a bit behind. But, I'm sat here now thinking, I knew I should have started an hour earlier than we did. I knew I should. We already start 2 hours before the show. But, God, there's just too much to talk about. Wrestling is just crazy at the moment. So I hope everyone's well, and as I've said before, I know we get stuck into topics, but I feel like I'm answering a lot of people's questions. I think a lot of people would have wanted to have spoke about the footage. I think a lot of people would have wanted to have spoke about Uncle Howdy, and could Uncle Howdy show himself, or, when is he going to show himself? And so we've kind of touched on those topics, so hopefully we're boxing off a few of those questions that we were going to get anyway. But we've got one here from Delwyn. So Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Massively appreciate the support. Delwyn has been so supportive. In fact, quite a few of you have. And do you know what? Anyone that joins us has been supportive, because as I've said, until I'm blue in the face, I'm fully aware of how crowded the wrestling scene is when it comes to content creation. I mean, there's just so much that's going on, like live streams especially, that for people to choose to spend their time with us is not lost on me. So I always like to say thank you at some point in the stream, and I'm sending it out right here. Right, Darwin said WrestleMania Night 1 was worthy, but main event was fantastic. Night 2, that was the most overbooked main event in history, and I loved every single effing minute of it. It's the greatest main event of our generation at WrestleMania 40. So, Darwin, shout out to you. I mean, that's why I'm not too down on Meltzer's 475. Because I think everyone is in that same boat. I think we can see that it was overbooked. I think we can see that this was Avengers Endgame with Cena and Rock and Undertaker and Seth in his Shield attire, and you know, this was not two men battling to a finish. This was a lot of outside noise, a lot of things that didn't involve Roman and Cody. This is Roman versus Cody, but it has a lot of things that don't involve them, right? There's a lot of other things happening in and during the match, but we expected that. We knew that would happen. It was no great surprise, and it's also no problem. It's no problem. It's no criticism, if you will, but I can understand someone looking at it going, I think it's a real hard match to score, because if you go on the emotion, if you go on the moments, if you go on the OMG-ness, then it's 5 stars. There's no debate. But if you go by the in-ring action, and if you go by what we were actually served as a match quality, right? If that's what we're voting on, is the quality of the match, not the OMG-ness of the match, but the quality of the match, that might be a different story, right? That might be a different story. I think it's a very difficult match to score. Not as hard as, say, something like a Firefly Funhouse match, right? That's impossible. But this, I think, is... from a traditional match point of view, I think this is a very difficult one to score. But for me, if you want to score the quality, if you want to score the shock value, the emotion, it doesn't matter what you carve or how you carve it. It's still going to be around the 5 stars. It's always going to be around the 5 stars. But yeah, I don't know. I don't watch other channels, right? I just don't get time. So I've not seen the reaction to Dave Meltzer's scores. So I've seen people online saying that they disagree it was a 5-star match. I would imagine that there'll be other people that are saying it was a 5-star match because it was so incredible. And I am not saying those people are wrong. But I will just put an asterisk next to it saying there were so many moving parts. I personally think it's a difficult one to give a star rating to. It's weird. It sort of was what it was, which you can't really say that when it comes to star ratings. You have to put a star rating. But I always put myself in the position of, as I said, you know, if I'm Tony Khan, would I have played that footage? And so if I put myself in the position of Dave Meltzer, I have to ask myself, what would I have scored it? What would I have scored it? And my honest answer is I don't know. I definitely 4.75 or 5. Definitely 4.75 or 5. Not 4.5, not 4.25. If I was Meltzer, 4.75 or 5. And I think I said that exactly on the live stream as well. At the moment, 4.75 or 5. And I don't know which one I would go with, because I can understand it was overbooked, and I can understand that it's maybe not quite to everyone's taste, you know. But then so many people love it. Love it. I think it's got a 9-point-something rating on Cage Match. Out of 10. 9 point something. I mean, it's the highest rated match in our community. 77% all time. You know, people love it. And I think... you know, do you just look at the reaction to it and go... because Meltzer never gives his scores until a good few days after. It's not like the match ends and he goes, right, that was 5. I'm sure he's got an idea, but there is the ability for him to just have a little look at how it's been received as well. There is the ability for him to look at the reception and go, okay, they love it. It's been loved. It's been very well received. Which, you know, could play into what he actually gives the match. If you look at the reaction to it, it's a 5-star match. There's no doubt about it. It's a 5-star match. But I can't say I'm down on him giving it 4.75. Personally. Because it's also a very overbooked match as well. So, that's my thoughts on it. But, Delwyn loved it. He said he loved every single minute of it. The greatest main event of our generation. And you know what? I've gone back and watched it about 5 times. Not the whole match, but just the moment where Jimmy arrives. So from where Jimmy arrives to where the match ends. And the bit that always gets me is when Cody has got the belt and he's on his knees and he's got the belt, and then in the side, very gently steps Brandy, and she just very gently kind of kneels down, puts her arm around him, and I don't know what she says in that moment, but there's just a beautiful moment that these two share in the ring, and it is a lovely moment where she kind of just very gently, like, she doesn't come in like shaking him around like, you did it. It's this very gentle moment, this very emotional, very tender, very fragile moment where she knows that he is in, you know, a mental place that, you know, I mean, mentally, where do you go when you just achieved your live stream? I mean, do you know what I mean? You're not in a normal headspace, are you? You're in a very unique headspace. And she knows that he's in this very unique space right now. She just very gently gets in the ring, kneels down next to him, puts her arm on him, and I don't know what she says, but it's very fragile, it's very tender. It's a beautiful, beautiful moment. It's a lovely, lovely moment. I think if I was Cody, there would be a few moments that I would love images of in my house, but that's the one that would really stand out to me, actually, is that moment just mere seconds after winning, you know, or being given the belt, and that kind of very tender sort of moment. It's a beautiful moment, man. I love it. I love that bit. So I kind of think there's, as I said, there's loads. Putting the belt in his mom's hands like he always wanted to put them in Dusty's hands. I mean, that moment probably doesn't get spoke about enough. The fact that he did put it into his mother's hands. You know, they made sure that she was in the ring, and they made sure that she had the belt in her hands, and there was that passing it over. It's funny because I've seen pictures of it, and the Mama Rhodes looks a bit sad, actually. I mean, I don't know what's going through her head in that moment. Cody said afterwards she doesn't want to be Mama Rhodes. She's got no desire to be Mama Rhodes. But if you watch it, you can see she's very emotional. She's like probably trying to just hold it together in that moment. She's probably thinking about Dusty, and she's thinking about the journey that they've been on. And she's also probably thinking, I want to get out this ring. You know, because Cody said at this time she's normally in bed. So that's probably going in her head as well. I don't want to be standing here with the world looking at me holding this belt. That might also be going through her head. But that would be a moment to have a picture of, wouldn't it, if you was Cody? That moment of him giving it to his mom. But that very fragile moment of him and Brandy, I think that's beautiful as well. So, yeah, amazing. Just amazing. It was all amazing. They killed it. They smashed it. I certainly don't think it's unfair to say it's the best main event of our generation. I mean, what I would say is I think culturally, the Bianca-Sasha main event, you can't play that down. You know, that is not only two women in a main event, but two black women in a main event. I think, am I right in saying the first time two black wrestlers had main evented WrestleMania? Certainly not actually the first time two women, I think, had main evented as well, because obviously the 35 match was a triple threat. So there was 3 women in that. But this was a more traditional one-on-one. So this was the first traditional singles match that women had main evented. But also, I think it was the first time that 2 black performers had main evented. So, I mean, what I would say is culturally, you know, breaking down barriers, smashing through glass ceilings, all of that stuff. You got to give your flowers to that as well. You got to give your flowers to that. And you got to give your flowers to WrestleMania 35. But I think the finishing of the story and the way that it was built, and The Rock being involved, and Taker being involved, and Cena being involved, I mean, everything was just turned up to 11, wasn't it? Everything was just so good. It's a shame, really, that we've ate so good. And it's sort of like, what now, really? What now? I mean, we've got Backlash coming up in France, and it's just not going to be the same level, is it? I'm sure it's going to be a great show. I'm sure it's going to be enjoyable. But how do you follow up a WrestleMania? That's always been a difficult thing to do, to keep that momentum going. I tell you, I don't quite understand. Why do we not follow WrestleMania with another big show? Why do we not follow it with another big show? I know that we can't follow WrestleMania, right? But we could still put on something sizable, you know? We could still find a big first challenge for Cody, right? We could still, like, we could do Cody Rock straight after. We could build to some big stuff straight away. Why do we go to such small shows? Backlash, I mean, Backlash last year was in Puerto Rico. It's just a small show. I mean, it was like, wasn't the main event Cody versus Brock, which, you know, is a decent sized match, but it was not for the title. There was no Roman on that show. There was obviously no Rock on that show. We had like Bad Bunny against Damian Priest. It was just in an arena. It wasn't in a stadium. I wonder why we don't do a stadium. I wonder why we don't follow up WrestleMania weekend with, you know, WrestleMania Aftershock or something like this, or Aftershock. Aftershock would be a good name. WWE Aftershock. That'd be a good name. I wonder if they don't want to do that because, like, you know, maybe people die in Aftershocks. Don't know. But then Elimination Chamber doesn't sound great, does it? I mean, you know, that doesn't sound brilliant. The Elimination Chamber. So, yeah, I don't know. I wonder why we go to, like, an arena next. Perhaps they're thinking that, like, well, people are going to go to WrestleMania are going to spend money, so people aren't going to have money now. Wrestling fans are going to have splurged for WrestleMania, so now we've kind of got to, you know, go back and rebuild and go small again. I say it's just weird, isn't it? I don't want to go to like a little arena now. I want a stadium and I want a stage and I want a big main event. You know, I want. Give me Cody Rock. Give me that now. Do you know what I mean? Let's keep this train going. Let's have Cody and the Rock. I know we can't because he's filming, but the point I'm making is, why don't we do something big again? Why don't we do a big stadium show again? Why now do we go to an arena in front of, I don't know, 15,000 in France? Why we gotta go to France? Nothing good happens in France. Yeah? Even Andre the Giant, who was born in France, left. Oh, no, why are we off to France? I think actually that's my bigger problem. I've come to the conclusion that it's not that it's in an arena. That's not my problem. It's that it's France. It turns out that's my problem, so. Blame Darius said, Days, good to see you again, and shout out to the community. Blame Darius, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Dark Knight said, did you know that French fries were first made in France? They were actually first made in Greece. Is that true? French fries are from Greece. Do you know, in my head, as you were saying that, I was like, I know this, it's Belgium. I don't know why I thought Belgium, but you're saying it was Greece. I think, because I thought, in my head, it was Belgium. Unless it's a joke, like, made in Greece, you know? I need to look at that now. Now you've got me looking at it. But I tell you, if it does turn out to be Belgium, I'm going to be... I feel like we might have looked at this not that long ago. French fries, origin. Oh, mate. Big brain. I've big brained it, you know? I've gone and flipping big brained it. Look at this. The origin of French fries is uncertain. According to one tradition, they first appeared in France, where they were likely a snack sold by street peddlers. However, in more recent years, Belgium has been cited as the birthplace. The source of the name is also disputed. So, there we go. We're not sure if it was France or if it was Belgium. But, I mean, I would love to say that I've known that for ages, but I feel like that was something that we might have looked at relatively recently. Maybe when France got awarded Backlash, we were looking into some French facts, and that was one that we stumbled across. Wrestle with Andy said, hope you're well, but they should do a Home Alone gimmick with R-Truth, where he misses the flight and ends up home alone with the whole roster in France. Sure, why not? I'd watch it. So yeah, I think that I mean, look, I do, all joking aside, I like the fact that we're going somewhere different. I really hope that we get a flavor of France, and hopefully it's not garlic, but hopefully we get like, I want to go and I want to feel like I'm not watching a show from America. Yeah, I want to go and I want to feel like I'm watching something different. I want to feel like I'm watching a show from, you know, France. Hopefully all the signs are in French. That would be awesome. I'd love it if all the signs were in French and we're like, what does that say? And we're all having to like translate it and all. And some French chants as well. I want to feel like I'm somewhere different, you know? But I don't know quite how you do that if you put, like, you know, some Eiffel Towers in the entranceway. They used to put a black taxi in the entranceway for Raw. And actually, Big Show got planted on the roof of the taxi by John Cena. And there was massive Union flags as well either side. So I don't know if we can get some flags, maybe some Eiffel Towers. Imagine if we did a ladder match, but instead of a ladder, it was like some sort of Eiffel Tower that you had to climb. We could do that. Can we not get some sort of Eiffel Tower made of wood that you can extend out? Like you extend the 4 legs so it's flat, and you extend the 4 legs out, and then you climb up the Eiffel Tower to get the belt. Come on, why are we not doing this? Why is it always left to us to come up with these ideas? Eh? Because that, look, I mean, like that, the way that the Eiffel Tower is that it's got loads of holes in it for you to put your feet and, like, climb up. Certainly if it was a mini sort of steel version of it. Oh, God, that'd be so good. Let's go. Right, Days, thoughts on the Ronda interviewer saying that wrestling's not a sport. Having injuries doesn't mean that it's a sport. I've not seen her comments on that, to be honest. I know she's been making comments because of her book being out, which I was looking at getting, to be honest, but I don't know. I would be interested in hearing what she's got to say. I know that she didn't enjoy her time with WWE, so she's going to be very bitter towards WWE, but I don't know, someone that's been in the company recently that's going to sort of reveal what it's like behind the scenes, maybe through the perspective of being disgruntled, right? So you're always going to have to take it with a pinch of salt, but I still think that there's probably some really interesting stuff that we could find out, you know? But not a sport. Yeah, I don't think it can be a sport, to be honest. I don't think pro wrestling can be classed as a sport. I don't think it's ever, well, it has. When we were trying to fool people, when kayfabe was alive and well, it was a sport. But no, surely a sport has got to not have a predetermined outcome. I would imagine that's a caveat of sport, is it not? Is there a sport that has a predetermined outcome where the winners are going to be decided? If someone can tell me of a sport where the winners are predetermined, right, then I would maybe reconsider my position. But because the result is predetermined, and there's not really the competitive nature, I mean, they look like they're competing, but in actual fact, wrestlers work together, don't they? They work together during a match. Like, they're talking to each other during a match. They're working together. I mean, what you could say is that if matches were actually scored, actually rated, and it was somehow those ratings dictated, like, you know, who became champion. So let's say Dave Meltzer, his star ratings mattered to the point where, you know, booking was really done as a result of those ratings. So, for example, you know, if you got a 5-star rating, you would then go on to, you know, compete for the championship, whatever, and those star ratings mattered. Well, then, you know, then it would start to resemble gymnastics, wouldn't it? Because gymnastics, you work, you know, there's team sports in gymnastics, there's team pursuits, and you get scored, and then we determine a winner. Well, we don't really have that, do we? Don't have that. we have winners and losers, but they're predetermined. And wrestlers aren't really competing against each other. They're working together. And a lot of moves, you know, like the Canadian Destroyer, for example, a lot of that is the person that's receiving the move that's doing a lot of the work. So it's kind of like, I'm struggling. How is this classed as a sport? It's athletic, definitely. And there's real risk, definitely. But I agree with Rhonda. I don't think that qualifies it as a sport. Surely a sport doesn't have a predetermined outcome. So I don't think this is a controversial take, to be honest, because even WWE didn't call themselves a sport. They called themselves sports entertainment. They were quite clear that this is entertainment, but using elements that you would find in sport. So taking elements that you would find in sport, certainly taking the athleticism, certainly taking the risk of injury, right? And the spectacle and all of that. So we've borrowed from sport, but we call ourselves sports entertainment. So yeah, I don't know. If people think I'm off on that, feel free to let me know. But I've never classed it as a sport. I mean, I did when I thought it was real. But I don't know, I don't take that as a hot take. Charles said, I think Raw after Mania was a bit flat. I don't know. I can understand why you would think that. I don't know that there was a true OMG moment. I think having Cena on the show was great. Having The Rock at the start of the show was great. We didn't know he would be there. So having both of those guys around was really good. Seeing a couple of NXT talents as well was really good. I suppose because of the draft, we didn't get any call-ups. So because of the draft, it seems like Elia is going to be eligible to be drafted. But rather than just calling up Elia, we've waited for the draft. So I actually think the draft is taking away from Raw after Mania, because the draft is where we're going to do the call-ups. You know, we might get Bron Breakker on the show tonight, but the truth is he's already signed a SmackDown deal. Like, we've already done the kind of, oh my God, Bron Breakker's come to the main roster. Like, so it's not that big of a surprise. So for me, the draft is taking away from Raw after WrestleMania. I am surprised that we didn't get a return. Like, I'm surprised that they just announced that Sheamus was coming back, but I don't know, again, maybe that's something to do with the draft. Perhaps they're going to have Sheamus in the draft. So, yeah, I think they've tried to put on the best Raw after WrestleMania they can. I thought they did a very good job in the sense of, here's Cena, here's The Rock, here's the NXT champ, here's the NXT women's champ, both in matches, both winning as well. Here's a big main event match. Winner will go on to be the #1 contender for the World Heavyweight Championship. So here's a match that matters, right? With Jey Uso winning, which was a big result, right? So that was a big deal. The whole celebration with Cody was probably what it needed to be. You know, we've spent years with this story and it finally got finished. And so I think it was right that we spent a moment where we just sort of took a breath and we just sort of enjoyed it. We didn't rush. We didn't race to his next challenger. What we did do is show that Cody Rock is coming. We did that. We showed that Cody against The Rock's coming. We showed The Rock fancies that belt, and that he likes the look of that belt, and he likes how he looks with that belt. You know, there's a picture doing the rounds of him with the title and him like, yeah, you know, this feels right. And who knows, maybe The Rock is the one that takes it from Cody, because that would build monster heat, huge heat. And there is no guarantee they're going to do with Cody what they did with Roman. We know the money is in the chase. So Cody being the champion means that you've got a lot of work to try and keep this fresh and interesting, right? It's been a while since we had a babyface champ like this. I know we've had Seth with the other belt, but I mean with the undisputed belt. So it's going to be interesting to see how they book it. It's going to be interesting to see if people stay on board with it. But I think that, Rock could be the one, that gets it from him if you really want to build Rock up as being still a legitimate threat in 2024. I mean, we know he's in his 50s, right? But he's still a legitimate threat, and he's so good in this final boss role. He's so good. I wouldn't be down on him winning the belt, I wouldn't be down on it. I know there'll be a lot of Cody fans that'll be like, no, that'd be awful. But wrestling has to continue, doesn't it? Cody's finished his story now. He's done it. He's achieved his dream. So even if he lost it tonight, he's still done it. He's still achieved it. It's mission accomplished. But now we start a new story of, well, how long is he going to have it for? And who does he lose it to? Because he will lose it. But who does he lose it to? So it's very, very interesting. It's all very interesting, and I can't wait to see how it plays out. But yeah, Raw after WrestleMania was maybe not quite to everyone's expectation. I thought it was the best one we've had in a long, long time, and I think that maybe it just lacked that, oh my God, everything's changed sort of moment, like when Brock came back or Dolph cashed in, or Paige became the women's champion. Maybe we didn't get that kind of a moment. But I still thought it was way better than what we've had. Way, way better than what we've had. WrestleMania said, Days, if Damian Priest retired tomorrow, would you put him in the Hall of Fame? Do you know, I think I would. And even I sort of disagree with it. But I really think if you've been WWE champion... I don't know so much about World Heavyweight Champion, but I think so. I think you go in. I think there's so many wrestlers. If you think of the thousands of wrestlers that WWE has had on their books, people that have been signed and never made it to NXT TV, I mean, think like Parker Boudreaux, who was meant to be the next Brock. He was on TV a little bit in NXT, but then he got cut. Right? So there's someone that didn't even got signed, but didn't even really make it in NXT, right? Then you get people that make it in NXT, but they don't go any further. Look at Cassius Ohno, right? Chris Hero. He was in NXT, but for whatever reason, we just could not get him out of NXT, even though when I started watching, he was a big name, Cassius Ohno, right? Really felt like he was going to be the next big thing. Never got out of NXT. And there's lots of people like that. Lots of people that don't make it out of NXT that unfortunately end up getting cut at that stage, right? So you got people that don't make it really to NXT. You get people that get cut whilst they're in NXT. Then you get people that get called up, but then get cut quite soon afterwards, right? People that get called up, do a few appearances. I mean, No Way Jose was called up to the main roster and didn't last that long, Adam Rose got called up to the main roster, and I think he was around for a few years, actually, in all truth. But, I mean, he was a jobber at best and really didn't last all that long, all things considered. And you could point to someone like Lacey Evans, who got called up and never really established herself. So I think that you can point at all of those people. Then you can point to people that got called up and have established themselves on the main roster, but have not been anywhere around a world title. Someone like, say, a Ricochet. Yeah? Someone like a Ricochet who has never been a world champion in WWE, not really around the world championship, but he's been called up, he's made it, he's contributing, but he's not been a world champion. And then you've got this rare group, which are people that have gone through that whole system and then made it to being a world champion. Damian Priest is a real interesting one because I think he's quite cold. He has won, I think, the United States Championship before. He's been in Judgment Day, who he regards as one of the best factions we've ever seen. I'm not sure that I agree, but I think Judgment Day certainly have made a mark. I think he was United States Champion, and now he's World Heavyweight Champion. He obviously won Money in the Bank. And this very much is the company giving him a go. This is the company pulling the trigger and going, okay, let's see what you can do. I didn't think he would win because the company didn't really seem to show much of an interest until he cashed in, right? But they've given him the opportunity now, and it's kind of sink or swim, isn't it? So this title reign could turn out to be a dud, could absolutely fall on its face. Or now he's got the belt, he might level up, he might go to a different level, you know? This is very much WWE going, look, the numbers aren't saying that you're the person, but we believe that you are the person. Show us. I think the reason why he's been successful is because they're looking, and I've heard this rumor, they're looking for that next Latin star. They're looking for that next Latin American megastar, right? You know, they've had Ray, but Ray's getting on. So is that next Latin American star going to be Damian Priest? Is it going to be like, you know, is it going to be like a Dragon Lee, a Santos Escobar? Is it going to be a Dominic Mysterio? Is it going to be an Andrade? They're looking at Damian Priest as being the guy who's got the size. He's got that tone in his voice which makes promos sound really good. It's just we haven't seen the bangers out of Damian Priest. And we've not really done much to build Damian Priest other than making like a tag champ. But to be honest, the tag belts are pretty low down the totem pole, you know? I think if you look at belts, they're nearer the bottom than the top. So I think we've pulled the trigger. We've took a gamble. We're giving him a go. I really hope it works. I don't wish him any ill will. I don't know that I would have done the same, but listen, WWE, they're trying to build a new star, and you can only really applaud that. So it makes answering that question of does he go into the Hall of Fame very difficult, because my initial reaction would be no, I don't think he's done enough yet. But my honest reaction might be yes, because he has achieved what thousands have not achieved, which is he has won a world title in WWE. That achievement means something. That it matters. It means that at one point this company gave you the ball. At one point this company thought you was going to be the guy, right? And you might not turn out to be the guy like Jinder didn't, right? But at one point the company thought that much of you. They took a chance and they gave you that ball. And I think if you look at what and who is in the Hall of Fame, I think that that has got to put you in the conversation. Because you look at Queen Shamel, right, who I pick on a lot. But how is Queen Shamel in the Hall of Fame, right? And yet someone like Damian Priest, who's now been a world champion, been in Judgment Day, been a mid-card champion, been a tag team champion, been at WrestleMania, has been on the roster for a good number of years now, right? It's probably been on the roster like 4 years or so. If Queen Shamel is in, then how are you not putting Damian Priest in? If Coco Beware is in, right, then how are you not putting Damian Priest in? I suppose the truth is, for me personally, I wouldn't, but I think the bar for the Hall of Fame is so low, right? I think the bar is like down here now. I'd like it to be more up here, but it's actually more like down here. I don't think it's all that difficult to get into the Hall of Fame if you are there or thereabouts. And I think now Damian Priest is there or thereabouts. And I think by the end of his career, he goes in, yeah? I think by the end of his career, he goes in. But would he go in now is a very, very interesting question. That's a very, very interesting question. My answer for me would be, my gut tells me no, but I don't know. I already think he's achieved more than a lot of people that are in anyway. So I hope that helps. Queen Shamel will never get referenced, and not in a good way, when it comes to Hall of Fame. Miss Clown said Shamel is in because of her lucha work in Japan and Mexico. James said, did you see the Javon Evans stuff on Twitter? No. What's he saying? Hasib said, do you think WWE should have had Punk return on Raw after Mania and confront Cody at the end? Hang on. Do you think WWE should have had Punk return on Raw and confront Cody instead of SS? Instead of SS. Well, no, I mean, Punk, I think, is legit injured. So I think his arm is healing, but I don't think it's healed. I also think we've spent a long time building up Punk and Drew. I think that Drew has been taking shots, he's been wearing the shirts. We've been doing that on purpose. That's not just Drew going out of his own accord. I think that they've said, build some of the stuff. Well, I'd say a lot of the stuff he's been doing has been of his own accord. But it's clear that WWE have said, this is the plan, right? We want you to get into a program, a feud with Punk, and that's what we're going to move to post WrestleMania, right? So whatever happens at WrestleMania is whatever happens, but we're going to move to a program with you and Punk after, like big program. And obviously that's a great way of trying to keep Drew around, because a program with CM Punk is about as big as it gets right now. I mean, CM Punk is about as hot as you can get, outside of, say, maybe Roman, maybe Cody, probably outside of Cody, but Punk is right up there. So a program with Punk, that ain't Drew going back to the mid card, is it? So I think saying to him, look, we're going to put you in a program with CM Punk. Drew, I'd imagine, loves this, is really on board with this. That's why you've been seeing all of this stuff. Him trolling Punk in the build to WrestleMania was a bit strange. It's not what you would normally do, because you'd normally be trolling your opponent. All that energy that Drew put into Punk, you'd expect him to put that into Seth. That was his opponent. He wasn't facing Punk, he was facing Seth. So why was he so vocal about CM Punk? I believe it's because they told him the plan that after WrestleMania you'll be facing Punk. And so I think that this is going the way that it's been planned for a long, long time. So having Punk step up to Cody wouldn't make much sense, because I think we've been executing this plan. I think this is a long-term story. I think what's really good with Triple H is that he seems to be booking in like 3-month blocks, but they're not really 3-month blocks of like, let's get to Mania now, let's start the next 3 months. Some of these stories overlap. So, for example, the build for the Punk stuff happened before WrestleMania, even though Drew was actually building to his match with Seth, So we're seeing a lot more long-term storytelling from WWE, which, you didn't really get this under Vince. There's definitely examples under Vince, but we know that Vince would pivot and change his mind a lot, and that shows would be changed beforehand. What we're hearing is there's a plan, we stick to the plan, we deliver the shows that are needing to be delivered, and we follow the path that we're on, basically. And, they're constantly then planning out the next show, the next thing, but I think they're always working 3 months in advance. I think we know exactly where we're going for Backlash, right? I would imagine we know exactly what we're doing for King and Queen of the Ring as well. I wouldn't be shocked if we knew exactly what we were doing for Clash at the Castle, to be honest with you. So I think that we've got all of that. We've probably got a rough outline for SummerSlam. I mean, that would be what, March, June, July? Yeah, SummerSlam's the start of August. So obviously you're going to have injuries. You're going to need to make changes. We know that we were going to get Gunther Brock until all that stuff happened, so we've had to change that. We know we were going to get Seth versus Punk, so that had to change following the Royal Rumble. So we know that changes had to be made that were not factored in, and that is always going to be a case. But I reckon we've got up to SummerSlam sorted. An outline at least. So no, I don't think we needed to have Punk confront Cody. I think we're on a path with Punk. I think Cody's interesting because I think that it looks like we're going to do an AJ feud. So if we do the AJ feud, then of course we're going to have the draft. Then that's going to change everything once again. Then I think we can really get stuck into a major feud then. I don't think this feud with AJ, if it does turn out to be AJ, I don't think that would be a major feud. I just think it's maybe going to get us through Backlash and up to the draft. Right. You would think the amount of people around AEW, they would be getting more good advice, but it might be a case of too many cooks. Yeah, I think we spoke quite at length about that. I think there's a few things at play. I think that, first of all, Tony is pretty adamant he knows what he wants to do. So someone can talk to Tony about, no, this is what we should do, or no, that's a bad idea. But I really think Tony, and I suppose we would be similar, you know, if I was in Tony's position, I've seen enough wrestling to feel comfortable and confident that I know what would land, what wrestling fans would enjoy, what would play well on social media. Like, I've seen so many stories, and I know that fans love Easter eggs and they love the White Rabbit stuff. I know that matches need to, you know, you need to build up your competitors. You need to have good 5-star matches. Like, people want to see some really good storytelling, but, you know, people want a bit of a mixture as well. You can have your matches that are like 1,000,000 miles an hour, get the crowd going. You know, you kind of just, you just sort of watch wrestling so much, you just sort of know, don't you? Really, what's going to work, what's not going to work, what people praise, what people don't like. You're never going to please everyone all of the time. It's impossible, right? Because we don't all agree on the same things. But can you get close enough to that sweet spot? Like I think we did with the Mania main event, you know? The Mania main event was, you know, I don't know that I saw anyone hating it. All I saw was people praising it. People either going, it was amazing, or it was the best thing they ever saw. I think that as wrestling fans, we know what people enjoy, and get into that sweet spot. I think we should have confidence that we would be able to do that more often than not. And I think Tony is in that mind space as well, that he feels he knows what's going to work, what's going to play well, and that he can get to that sweet spot. And I think also if you do and you fail, right, you do something and it doesn't work, you can quite easily tell yourself, okay, I know why that didn't work. You know, it was because of this. You know, I should have seen it really, but okay, we'll do this now. And then if that doesn't work, you go, okay, well, that was because of that, but you know, if we do it this way, it will work. And then before you know it, you're sort of in this situation where you actually don't know what's going to play well, right? It turns out that you thought you did, but you actually are a little bit off. You're pleasing people, certainly, but you're not pleasing enough people. You're not quite where you need to be, but you just think that you are. And I think that there's a good chunk of that that's at play here, where he knows what works for the friends that he has in the wrestling business, right? He knows what he enjoys, and he believes that everyone's going to enjoy the same thing. And I think what we're finding is that the audience for this is limited, shall we say. It seems to be around that 850 mark and has now dropped to about 750. And I think that, you know, he's had to kind of bring in some of these more sports entertainment elements to try and capture some of those fans maybe outside of his bubble. So, you know, they've tried to do some stuff which I think was against the original vision. You know, it's funny because Brandy made a comment. She said, when it starts drifting away from what you first thought it was going to be, that's when you kind of say to yourself, oh, this might not be the right place for me. And I think she's talking about the fact that we started to drift away from what AEW was at the start. And I think what AEW was at the start was it was going to be a place where it was sports based. It was, we're going to put on the best matches. You know, we're going to be a counter to the sports entertainment. And then, you know, what have you got? I mean, even in the early stages of AEW, you had sports entertainment, you know. We had Matt Hardy, like teleporting around the arena, you know. We had Matt Hardy, like, doing that, which completely goes against what the original mission statement was for AEW, because that's clearly sports entertainment. And you've got, like, Jericho and MJF bursting into song, you know. that's not wrestling. That's, again, sports entertainment. So I think that there were things that happened even going back in the early days of AEW which show that they were trying to attract more people. They've just never been able to quite crack it, have they? They've never been able to do it. And part of that might be admitting that you are a bit off and that you do need that support. I think he has done that in recent years. From what we've heard, he's brought in some people. You know, there's a woman that got brought in to help with Mercedes booking. There's Bryan Danielson that now does stuff as well. You know, so I think there are moves that have been made, but I just think this is a big ship to try and turn around as well. That's part of the problem. It's a big ship to turn around. And, you know, perception is reality. There's a lot of people that are down on AEW, and it's going to be very, very difficult to kind of win those people back now. It's going to be very, very difficult. In fact, it's really interesting because if you was AEW right now, what do you do? What do you do? I mean, I think what you need to try and do is put on an amazing story that really grabs attention. Because I think if we're going to be brutally honest, a lot of people watch WWE not so much for the match quality. It's a benefit, but it's not the reason that people watch WWE. They watch for the star power. There's a lot of stans that stan Liv Morgan and stan Cody Rhodes. You know, they dress up as Cody, kids and whatnot. There's a lot of stanning. There's a lot of people that hero worship, and that's not a bad thing. You know, there was a lot of hero worshipping of Bray, because Bray meant a lot to people, right, and inspired a lot of people. And I don't see Jay White stans. I don't see Tony Storm stans. I don't see Samoa Joe stans. I don't see that side of it. I don't see that they've built them up where people are, you know, worshipping these people like I see with Bianca Belair, right? Or like we saw with Sasha Banks. Sasha stans were massive. They were everywhere. Tribal. But we don't seem to have that same thing with Mercedes Moné. There's probably a few out there, but it's nowhere near as loud as what it was, you know? I feel like AEW need to get their superstars to feel like superstars, right? I feel like the entrances need to be bigger. They need to, you know, WWE spend a long time on their entrances on the show. And that's because they, you know, seeing someone walk down to the ring and acting like they are it, and the crowd kind of going crazy. You know, Jade Cargill with that amazing entrance, coming out, standing in the ring, posing, looking around like she's the bee's knees. You know, you might not think about that as being important, but it really is. And there's a reason as to why this TV time, which is so expensive, why we use so much of it on entrances, because it builds up stars. It helps to elevate them and make them feel more important. You know, they come out, you're watching them, it's their time, they pose, they take their time on the edge of the ring, they pose when they're in the ring. You know, I don't see, you know, in AEW, people just come walking down, or at least they used to. Music hits out, they come down to the ring, get into the ring, and we didn't spend as long as, we don't present them as stars. We don't present them as these massive superstars that we should all be worshipping. It's just, here's such and such. Here's such and such, you know. I feel like maybe in recent times they've tried to turn it up a bit more, you know. The Mercedes CEO entrance, whatever. And I think, aren't they shining like a light in the sky now for Hook, I heard, or something, I don't know. But, and obviously, you know, Jericho had his Judas song, which worked very well for him. Bit strange because he's been a heel most of that time. But, you know, at least they had that. So there's definitely elements. But I would say they've not gone anywhere near as far enough with that side of it. I think that you've got to make these stars feel unmissable. You've got to make it, you know, Edge has lost his aura. There's a lot of auras that have gone missing, actually. A lot of auras have gone missing. But, like, look at Edge. Edge doesn't feel anywhere near as big as he did in WWE. And I think that that's a big issue for AEW. They need to try and find a way of making these stars feel like big stars, like you can't afford to miss them, and then tell some really good stories with them. And, you know, as much as it's going to hurt me to say, maybe don't worry about the match quality quite as much. It's important, but it ain't going to be what saves your company. And it's not why people... I ain't tuning into WWE tonight hoping, like... Or not hoping, but I'm not tuning in expecting a 5-star match. I'm not even expecting a 4.5-star match. I'm tuning in because I want to see what's next for Cody. And I'm tuning in because I want to see Bayley celebrate. I want to see Bayley, a happy Bayley, celebrating her win. And I want to see if Damage Control come out and confront her. And if they don't, does someone else? And I want to see, will there be some NXT stars tonight? And I want to see if, like, who's next for Cody, right? There's things I want to see, and none of it is a 5-star match. I mean, I'd like to see a 5-star match, but I'm not expecting it. I'm not even expecting 4.5. I don't even know if I'm expecting a 4. There's plenty of shows that we've watched, and you lot have scored the matches as just goods. They're just goods. It was good. It was fine. But you've still given the show a good rating. You know, so I think that their focus is maybe in the wrong place, but it's a bit of a shame because it's amicable. You know, it's I think it's really cool. There's a company out there that's trying to put on the best matches possible. It's a hard thing to have a go at them about, and I'm not having a go at them for it. I'm just saying that if you want to grow, I don't think that should be your major focus. I think you need to find a way of making your stars feel like stars. Making them feel unmissable. Present them as like, you know, next week you're going to see such and such. Do you remember, I mean, like, even when they used to do the matches, do you remember when Excalibur would, like, talk a million miles an hour? Blah, 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 blah. That was to tell you about all the matches that were coming up, right? Don't miss this, don't miss this, don't miss this, don't miss this. That didn't do anything to help build up the matches, did it? They couldn't talk about why those matches were unmissable because they didn't have time. All he could do was just tell you about this person's facing this person, this person's facing this person, this person's facing this person. Then on Collision, we've got this person facing this person, this person facing this person. There was no time to tell you why that match mattered or why you should be tuning in or what its importance is in the AEW universe, right? There was no time to dig into the stuff that might have actually got people to tune in. I don't know. I mean, it's easy to sit here and say this stuff. It's very easy, right? And you'll see lots of people doing it. I do have the benefit of watching them try stuff and fail, right? So it's very easy for me to sit here and go, oh, you should have done this. You know what I mean? Because it's very easy to do that after the fact. It's very easy in retrospect to go, yeah, you should have done that. That's why. But they did what they thought would be right. And it's, you know, it's just not quite worked, has it? So I've said before, I wish them all the best. I don't want them to go. I don't want them to go at all. I think it's great that there's an alternative. I think it's great that we've got more wrestling. I mean, think of all the talking points that AEW have provided just this week with like the backstage footage. Had that company have not existed, would we have CM Punk back? Maybe. I don't know. I think wrestling would have looked very different right now if AEW hadn't existed. And a lot of jobs for a lot of wrestlers. A lot of fans that maybe would have left wrestling altogether because WWE was not for them. They've stayed with wrestling. And actually, now maybe gone back to WWE because they're seeing how good WWE is right now. So rather than losing these fans forever, maybe AEW kept them around and maybe some of them have come back to WWE as well, you know? I just think that, and also it makes WWE raise their game, doesn't it? So it gives jobs to wrestlers. It keeps WWE on their toes. There's so much positive for AEW being around. I just think a lot of WWE fans look at them and think, I don't want them to be bigger than WWE. I don't want them to replace WWE, and I think that is probably or was a concern. But I would say they're so far behind. I don't think you should be concerned about that. I don't think right now that's a concern. I mean, maybe, you know, if the cards fall, that they might get a bit of momentum, and then maybe that might become a concern in the future. But as of right now, they are a very, very distant second. They are a company that has to show backstage footage from last year that involves someone that doesn't work for them anymore to try and get a ratings bump. That's where they are now. I don't think that you need to look at them and worry about them being a threat at the moment, right? I think there's more benefits to them being around than not being around. So, you know, I know there's people that really enjoy watching them, and brilliant. I'm pleased. I'm pleased that people enjoy watching them. I'm pleased that Tommy's stream did so well. I saw that he had a fantastic result with so many people joining him, as everyone was really interested in what was that footage going to be, you know. So yeah, all good, all positive. I hope that it all works out for them. But my focus is WWE, man. I'm dialed into what WWE are doing. I'm not too worried about what AEW are doing. Darwin again. Oh, another super chat. Dropping a monstrous super chat. Actually, even bigger than I thought. Darwin, I wish you wouldn't, to be honest, because I don't know how to reflect my appreciation. I'm quite comfortable with like $4.99s and $9.99s. You know, I mean, $9.99 is like incredibly generous. Anyone donating anything is incredibly generous. But like when it comes to like £20, £50, £100, like we had the other day, like I don't know how to reflect my generosity. The only thing I can really say is that it will go towards the Florida trip. It will go towards, like, you know, trying to get that best content that I can, and it goes towards that. It'll go towards trying to figure out how the flip I'm going to stream whilst I'm in Florida, because I'm fully prepared to have to buy some sort of box whilst I'm over there. Because last time that I went over, the Wi-Fi for the place we were staying was not good. In fact, the streams might still be up actually from when I was over there at the end of 2018. They're low quality. They keep cutting out. It's not a good time. So my hope is that 6 years down the road, things have drastically improved. And honestly, now that I've got a better phone and everything as well, if I have to use my phone as like a 5G sort of hotspot, we might have to go down that road or something. I don't know. But I can tell you that with us being so close to going to Florida, that's where it's going to be heading, my friends. So it all goes back into the channel. It'll all go back into trying to make sure that we can still deliver the streams, still deliver all of that stuff. So it's really appreciated, dude. Darwin said, do you think The Rock new belt is the future WWE title? Imagine Cody is going to get it from The Rock and then replace the bull with an eagle. If you look closely, when the camera was behind The Rock, you can see the WWE logo is embedded onto the leather. So it couldn't be from Ali. Okay, a few thoughts here. I think the only reason he was given that belt was because he will defend it, right? I don't think that's from the Ali family. I think that it was a bit weird as to, like, it was a bit awkward and a bit weird. Why would Ali go into the Hall of Fame and then the family call out The Rock to present him with an award? It doesn't really make much sense. Ali is going into the Hall of Fame, and so we're going to use that moment to give a belt to The Rock. How does that make sense? It felt awkward at the time. But I think the truth, like most things in wrestling, is that things are done for a reason, right? And I think the reason here is because we're planting seeds right now that this has been given from the Ali family. I don't think it has. I think that it's a WWE belt. I think it's a WWE idea. I don't think it's an Ali family idea. I think it was a WWE idea. And I think the way they pitched it is they probably went to the Ali family And they probably said, listen, The Rock is back in WWE. We've got like some things that we want to do with him whilst he's back, right? One of them is we want him to have a championship. We want him to brag about being the people's champion. Now, that was kindly a moniker that was given to him by Ali, right? So The Rock wanted it, and the Ali family said, yeah, you can have it. So we would love for, during the induction, if you would give him a belt that sort of symbolizes that, because we're going to use it in storylines going forwards. So it'll be a great way for Muhammad Ali to sort of be involved one final time. You know, Ali is no longer with us now, but he was a massive wrestling fan. He was a massive wrestling fan. WrestleMania 1, for example, right? Muhammad Ali was at WrestleMania 1. He was the special ref. He was there, and he was swinging away as well. And he got involved before that with Gorilla Monsoon. And, you know, he loved his wrestling, right? And this is one final way for him to be involved in a story. Muhammad Ali involved in a story. Not massively, but we know that that belt was given by the Ali family. We know the meaning of the belt. We know that The Rock treasures that belt. And we know, like, you know, the significance of that belt. And so I think that was the proposal that was put to them. We'll make it out that it's from you, and blah, 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 right? And I think that this belt is a storyline device. I think that you'll find the belt gets defended. I put this on Twitter, I don't know, a few days ago. It dawned on me that this is what we were doing. And actually today there is a rumor doing the rounds that this is maybe where we're going. I think that they're building up the importance of the belt. Right now, you're seeing him with it on Monday, right? You're seeing that, and it was quite clever. This is where the belt swap thing, I think, will make sense in the long term. I think The Rock wanted to look at the championship. He wanted to touch it. He wanted to see how it felt, right? So he said, can I hold it for a second? Because he wanted to picture himself being champion, right? And I don't think he would do that when Roman had it, right? But because he respects Roman, but he doesn't respect Cody. So can I hold your belt? So he has it and he holds it. But what was clever is that Cody said, only if I can have yours. And the reason why he said that is because he knows The Rock loves that belt, right? It's a way of us knowing that The Rock is not going to run off with Cody's belt. He's not going to run off and pull some stunt, right? Because Cody has got the People's Championship, and The Rock loves that belt. So he's not going to run away with it. He's not going to run off with it. And it was a way of us being told that, right? I can trust you with my title because I'm going to hold yours. If The Rock didn't care about that belt, he could just walk away with the championship, couldn't he? And what's Cody left with? The People's Championship. So it was a great way of communicating that this belt matters. It was a great way of communicating that. And I think, you know, it's funny because I've spoke to people about this on Twitter and people are like, no, they wouldn't put that belt up. It means too much to The Rock. And it just makes me smile because it's like, that's exactly what they want you to think. That's exactly what they're trying to achieve. They're trying to get the message out that this means a lot to The Rock. And it's working. It's working. It's brilliant. It's what they're doing right now is great. So I think that belt will be defended. I think people will go like, oh my God, The Rock won't want to lose that. And I think it is a storyline device. I don't know if that will be on the line. If we do say Rock versus Cody, title versus title, you know, if Cody wins, he becomes the People's Champ as well. And he gets the People's Championship to signify it. And we know The Rock ain't going to want to lose it. And maybe that's where this title swap will just then all of a sudden become a bit more, that's why they did it. So that we knew that these belts matter to both of them, you know. And then they both get defended next year. Title versus title. WWE Championship on the line, but so is the People's Championship. And if The Rock loses it, maybe he doesn't get called the People's Champion anymore. Maybe that's part of it. If you lose the People's Championship, you're no longer the People's Champion. And to be honest, I don't know that The Rock should be called the People's Champion if he's going to be a heel. Yeah, it was quite clear that he wasn't the People's Champion when we were trying to decide who should main event WrestleMania. He wasn't the People's Champion then, was he? The people were very loud. We want Cody. You could make an argument right now. Cody is the People's Champion, not The Rock. And so putting that belt on the line, I think, would be a good move. So, yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Cody getting it from The Rock. He could replace the bull with the eagle. So I think it's the WWE belt. I don't know that it's going to become the new belt because I think I can see it being a part of their match next year. I love the belt, though. I do love the People's Championship belt. If you take the bull off, change people over to Worlds, I would have no problem with this being the new championship. No problem whatsoever. But I don't know that it's going to be the new world title because I'm thinking that this is going to be part of the story between Cody and The Rock. So, if it is to be the new championship, there's maybe a chance that it's not going to be the championship until they face. And the streets are saying that might be WrestleMania next year. I don't know what I would do if I was Cody. I would love to bring the Winged Eagle back, but I don't see it coming back because it doesn't have a big enough WWE logo on it. The WWE logo has got to be big because when you're holding it and you're pictured and your picture is on Instagram and your picture is on TikTok and your picture is on Twitter, people need to know that you are the WWE champion and that is a WWE belt. And if you look at the Winged Eagle, it's got a WWF logo at the top, but it's very small. It's very, very small. So there is an image doing the rounds of like a redesigned Winged Eagle, which I'm not crazy about, but they would probably have to make some sort of change if they went down that path, you know. But yeah, take the bull off, put a WWE logo on. I would love the People's Championship to be the World Championship. I think it's a great looking belt. So, Darwin, thank you so much, my friends. I so appreciate the support, and I love the thought as well. I think it's right where I would like to be as well. Yeah, I would love that as the World Championship. Right, we've got the new open. Javon hasn't done anything wrong. A scumbag podcaster attacked him. It was vile, and many wrestlers have come out to defend him. Ooh. Good. Because he's class, and he was awesome on Tuesday. He's the young OG, isn't he? He's the young OG. I'll tag me in it if it's doing the rounds. I'll have a look at that. I'm so behind on Unseen today. It's I'd caught up, and then I'm totally all behind again. Right, we are just seeing what happened at WrestleMania, of course. We'll do our review straight after. SmackDown has begun. It has, my friends. The most sold women's merch said, Autism Sucks says Bailey at 1, Jade at 2, Rhea at 3, Bianca at 4, Rebecca at 5. Yeah, there's a lot of people talking about Jade at the moment, and are they treating her the right way? I think they're doing fine. I think, you know, if she is the second biggest female merch seller, and she's done, what has she done? She's done a Rumble, she's done a tag match, and she's done a squash match. And she's now the second highest merch seller for females. Shows, done it? What an entrance and the right presentation can do. Believing in her, and they've just been shown glimpses as to the fact that they're right to believe in her. You're right to believe in Jade, even if she's not achieved much yet. And by much I mean pretty much anything. Although she did get didn't she get the win at Mania? I think she was the one that got the pin, wasn't she? Right, here's Cody then. We're starting off the show hot. Hot. Cody Rhodes He's got adrenaline in his soul, and you can understand why. Here he is, oh, in a suit with that championship over his shoulder. Big smile on his face as Cody steps out. It doesn't look weird. It doesn't feel strange. I don't look at it and it seems off or weird or anything. He's got the belt and it's just like, yep, seems right. Seems right. Love his suit. Never been a fan of his shoes, though, you know? I always feel like his shoes are... They're like sort of loafery. They seem very soft, and... I'd much rather he wore like a nice, strong leather, you know? They remind me of like old person slippers. They're not in my opinion, not the shoes of a champion. I'm sure they're very expensive. I've no doubt about that. But, yeah. Do you remember LA Knight's promo, Shoes of a Champion? Yeah, he was just messing with his watch then. Yeah, if he really was a babyface, he should chuck that in the crowd, because I reckon that's going to be worth a fair bit. Not interested in you chucking your... No wonder he chucks his shoes in the crowds. Proves my point. Do you know what? Thinking about it, he probably gets them from Walmart. And then he signs them with like a gold pen and chucks them in the crowd every night. Chuck the watch. I want the watch. I bet that's a Rolex. Well, it might be. It might be the one that's got the 40 on. It was a Rolex, wasn't it? I wonder if he'll tell us what he got given on Monday. That has sort of died down. Theories on that were a lighter or matches, and it might be related to the bus fire. Another theory was a watch, because I didn't know that he had given The Rock a watch, but apparently he gave The Rock a watch. But I don't think that would be very good. Because why would you give The Rock a watch? Obviously, in real life, it's because they're all friends. In kayfabe, though, don't like that. Don't like that. Cody's in the ring. Aubrey said, now that Cody's title reign has gotten a little bit stale and predictable, we should find a way to get the belt off him. Yeah, this sucks, guys. This sucks. The 5 days that Cody's been champion, it's felt exactly the same as when Roman was champion. my life hasn't changed at all. Solo versus Math. There was a sign in the crowd that said Solo versus Math. Ah, let's go. I'm writing that down. That is sign of the week so far. Solo versus Math. And if you don't know what that means, well, then you've not been watching Unseen. Cody, 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 Cody. Can't even get a word out. James said, I've sent it to you. Thank you. Mitchell said the crowd is going nuts. Detroit. I mean, in fairness, Detroit haven't got anything else to be happy about, have they? So probably just getting it out their system for the year. I was interrupted by The Rock. The Rock. What did he give you, Cody? What did he give you? Rocky sucks, chance. Rocky sucks. Kader said it's my hometown. I was only joking, Kader. Eminem? Oh! Oh! Who the hell told you it was open mic night? Is she from Detroit? A lot of that crowd, I don't think, knew that quote. When The Rock was in here, the air got a little colder. Oh, he didn't do it as good as her. Maybe she should be champion. Who the hell? That's Brandy that said that in AEW, for anyone that didn't know. I believed The Rock when he said he was going to Hollywood, and I believe him when he said he'd be coming back for me. So even Cody said it was a little awkward. It was. That's in the rear view. Yeah, but what did you get given? Do you reckon we won't find out what they were given until they meet, like, next year? Remember last year I gave you some at Cody. Backlash in France. I'll face one of the 6 competitors. Booze for Santos. Cody looks out at the crowds. Okay. Could be Rey Mysterio. Big cheer for Rey Mysterio. Could be the fastest rising star in all of WWE LA Knight. Yeah. Yeah. Could be AJ Styles. Booze for AJ. AJ and myself are 2 of only 4 people to be NWA and WWE champion. Fun fact, worth knowing when they face soon. Bobby Lashley. Overhyped. He ain't the same, said Puff Dutch. Is something wrong with Cody's voice? I don't think so. I think he's just happy. This is a floaty, I've achieved all my dreams, Cody, that we've got. So he mentions Kevin Owens. So we're looking to the future. We're very sold out tonight. So he turns his back on the hard cam because he said he wants to see everyone tonight. That fires up the crowds. Difficult spot this because it's Cody coming out to see the fans. The fans love seeing Cody. But there's not really anywhere we can go, is there? Where are we going to go in this segment? Unless he says enjoy SmackDown and walks away. If you come at the King, you best not miss. I'll make it easy for you. My name is Cody Rhodes. Once undesirable, became undeniable, and now undisputed. He said undisputed WWE champion. I think they're going to keep that undisputed thing around, you know, because it works, doesn't it? For him. The undesirable to undeniable to undisputed sort of works from a marketing point of view. So if we are going to change this belt name, I'm thinking it might still keep the undisputed part. There's Bailey. There was a sign in the crowd that said Cody Rhodes era. Yeah, there wasn't really anywhere that could go unless someone was going to interrupt and we were just going to get a little back and forth. But There is Rey Mysterio. There is Zelina. There is the LWO. I'm so tempted to say I wonder if she paid the artist for that gear, but... Oh, the Bloodline! Here's the Bloodline. American Nightmare. Is that their locker room? There's a broom closet. The Bloodline arrive. I'll take... Solo said, I'll take care of this. Please, Solo. Winning and losing matters. There's consequences to losing. We lost. That's the champ's locker room. Wow. Love that. I think that was brilliant. I'm so done with, oh, I'm going to take care of it, and then they don't. So I'm so done with that. I'm so done with them going, oh, I'll deal with it, and then they don't, right? And they look like clowns. So if we want the locker room back, we have to get the championship back. And that's from order of the tribal chief. Right, LA Knight has made his way down to the ring then, so looks like we'll be going to our first match. Love that. I love that. It wasn't much, but it shows maybe a new strategy, you know? The Bloodline were that way before, where they would just send Solo over and they'd send Jimmy over. Now we've seen a bit of an evolution now of the Bloodline, where maybe there's going to be a bit more thought. There's going to be a bit more planning. There's going to be a bit more strategy, you know? Maybe it's not going to be quite as reckless, but maybe the results are going to be better. And I love the fact, you know, that we're still telling a Bloodline story. You know, seeing Heyman backstage with Solo and Jimmy and their locker room has gone. It keeps the story going, you know? There was a big concern, what next if Cody is champion? Well, the answer is, the more things change, the more they stay the same. You've still got the Bloodline on the show. It's just now they're in a different position. Cody's in a different position. We can tell some slightly different stories, but it doesn't mean that that's it. It's all done. It's the end of the world. Oh, man, I like it. I like it. Let's go. Let's end this poll, shall we? We had over 1,200 votes. LA Knight, 40%. AJ Styles, 37%. Oh, very close. So LA Knight is who people think. AJ Styles is who people are very close with. Kevin Owens, 12%, and other at 9%. So do you do Cody against LA Knight and then AJ Styles costs LA Knight in France? Or do you do AJ Styles in France? I think they do AJ Styles personally. But I think LA Knight wins this. I think AJ wins the other one. I think we do LA versus AJ. I'm feeling pretty good about that because that would be the rematch from WrestleMania. So makes sense. And then who wins that? Who wins that? I'll go AJ. He's the heel. And we move on to that match. But the community are with LA Knight, so let's see. Stone said the other two NWA and WWE champions were Buddy Rogers and Ric Flair. Brony says, I agree. So many times Solo said, I'll take care of this, and then he loses his match. BB Yipsy said, I've just lived 35 miles from this SmackDown. The crowd is loud. Yeah, they were brilliant. They seem up for it tonight. And that's great. I think this is a crowd that's been energized by what they've seen over WrestleMania weekends. I mean, it's very hard to come out of what was such a monumental weekend and not bring the noise. Like, you know, you've just seen a very loud Monday Night Raw crowd. You've seen an amazing WrestleMania. You've seen the reaction to all of that. I suppose in a way, not that you need permission, but you sort of have permission to just go and make noise and have fun. And that's what you've just witnessed. So they seem up for it. They seem like a great crowd. And hopefully that's just going to fuel a great show. Smurfy Tunes said a change in of the guard. Tony said, I like the Bloodline. Trina said, I think it's interesting that Randy isn't in either of these triple threats. I wonder what is next for him. It's a good point. I would have loved Mania ended with Randy and Cody in the ring, and then Randy had RKO'd him. That would be a plot twist. James said, did you see the real reason why Austin wasn't at Mania? Because he didn't get the money he wanted. I did, yeah, I got sent that. Which is really unfortunate, isn't it? That he, at this stage in his life, with the success that he's had, is still so motivated by money. I mean, I don't know if they maybe gave him a very disrespectful offer, right? And he just felt like it was a disrespectful offer. I mean, you know, he is stone cold. You've got to at least make it worth his time. But you would think just being at WrestleMania would be worth your time. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like, are you not maybe losing sight a little bit of what this is and what wrestling has given you and the life you have because of this? I don't know. I mean, you don't want to be disrespected, you know? I can understand that. So without knowing what the offer was and what his expectation was, it's hard to say. But I just think it's a real shame, isn't it? It's a real shame. I mean, I've got to imagine they were going to offer something. You know, I can't imagine it was, will you come and do it for free, please? I've got to think they were going to pay him something. It's funny because in our position, in my position, like someone saying, I'll fly you to WrestleMania, we'll have you be a big part of the main event. It'll be a monster pop when you come walking down. We'll pay for the travel. We'll pay for the accommodation. We'll sort all of that. You don't need to worry about it. And we'll pay for you whilst you're there. I mean, how are you turning that down? And you for somehow have got to the stage in your life where you've gone, nah. Yeah, nah, I'm all right, thanks. I'm all right. Golden Girls is on. I'll probably just watch that instead. No, it just seems weird to me. But then maybe they didn't offer to pay for his transport. Maybe they didn't offer to pay him anything whilst he was. I find that hard to believe, but I don't know. A shame. But we got Undertaker instead. Apparently he only would have been in the Undertaker spot. So we got Undertaker instead. Right, here is the Pride. And they are wearing, I think that says the Pride. Yeah, I think it says the Pride. So they've got these shirts and jumpers and jackets on. So Bobby and the Prophets in Pride shirts. It still doesn't say Pride on the graphics, though. How are we struggling with this? The almighty Bobby Lashley. Right, Bobby's in the ring. I don't know that he's got anything that says Pride. He's in white and green, and he's just got a thing here that says Bobby Lashley. Here comes Santos then. So first match will be coming up. Triple threat. LA Knight, Bobby, and Santos. LA Knight versus Bobby versus Santos Escobar. I would ask who do you think's going to win, but I've kind of already got that answer because LA Knight is the person that most of you think's winning this whole thing. So I think we know who people are expecting to win this match. Here is the thing said, I wanted Austin, but Undertaker worked better. He's the only one where the lights out gimmick works, while Austin versus Rock may have overshadowed Cody. We've got Legado backstage. Let me be very clear. We didn't touch Dragon Lee. Let me be very clear. We didn't touch Dragon Lee. Well, who was it then? Who could it be? Who could it be? Perhaps Dragon Lee didn't fancy it either, and he took himself out. Perhaps he ran himself into the shutter back. took himself out. He was like, if Stone Cold's not going to be there, I ain't going to be there. Right, we're underway then with this triple threat first match of the evening, 20 odd minutes in. Chat GPT said this crowd doesn't like Bobby. Elizabeth said, I thought Cody should said shout to Brandy. Who the hell? Oh, that was a good moment. Right, commercial break. Carlito would never touch Dragon Lee, says Chris. Oh, it's not Carlito. If there's one person in the world, it's not Carlito. Because he's his friend. That's his friend, isn't it? It was funnier to hear who did it. Wouldn't Dragon Lee have an idea who did it? No. No, because he was distracted by a pinata that was backstage. I don't know. David said, do the two winners of the three ways then fight each other? Yes, I believe so, yes. Yes. Imagine, I don't know when though. I don't know that that's tonight and probably next week, innit? Imagine if we see the Motor City Machine Guns tonight. That would be a genuine nice surprise, said Trina. But Dragon Lee was attacked by Otis, said The Beach Kevin. Do you think Triple H comments were about Jay White or Mercedes Moné rather than Will Ospreay? They fit better, said Here Is the Thing. I don't know that they were about any one person, to be honest. I think it was about all of them. I think it's, listen, if you're a free agent and you're going to choose to work somewhere else because it's a lighter schedule, then I don't want you here. And I'm sure the Mercedes thought, is he talking about me? And I'm sure the Okada probably thought, is he talking about me? And I'm sure that Ospreay thought, is he talking about me? And I'm sure that Jay White thought, is he talking about me? Right? If you're a free agent and you've had to choose between WWE and AEW, right? Triple H ain't going to come out and say they've done it because it was more money, right? He's going to say that they did it because they chose the lighter schedule. And, you know, we're here for the grind. And, you know, I want people that are going to be part of that grind. So I actually don't know that he had any one person in his mind. I think he was probably just making more of a statement. Which, to be honest, was quite a clever statement to make. Because now, if you're a free agent, you know that by turning Triple H down and going to AEW, Triple H ain't going to be thinking that highly of you. It doesn't close the door. Right? Doesn't close the door. We've seen people like Jade Cargill, Cody. We've seen people like that coming over. But in all fairness, Cody didn't... I don't know that he chose between WWE or AEW. He was already outside of WWE. And then he helped start AEW. Jade Cargill, I think, maybe turned down WWE, but it was at a very low developmental level, right? I don't think there's an example yet of someone being a big star like Ospreay and choosing between AEW and WWE. I don't think there's an example of them having that choice, choosing AEW, and then go into WWE. I don't think we've been around long enough for that yet. There are people that have come over from AEW to WWE, but I don't think we've had anyone that's had to make that choice at that level, that's chosen AEW and then gone to WWE. I don't think we've been around long enough for that yet. So Triple H, by making that comment, was sort of saying he loses respect for people that choose AEW over WWE, because in his eyes, you're doing it for the lighter schedule. You're doing it because you're lazy and you don't want to do the grind. Probably not true. It's probably more to do with the money, but that's not how he's viewing it. And I think it's interesting because now if you're a free agent and you've got a choice to make, you've got the extra weight on your shoulders now of knowing that actually Triple H ain't going to appreciate being turned down, and he's not going to view it in a very good light. And so, don't know, is that just a deciding factor, is it? Is it a deciding factor? Will someone end up choosing WWE because of that? I also think as well it's a great way of explaining to the fans, like, don't worry about them. They're, you know, they chose that because they're lazy. We don't want lazy here. We want hard workers. So don't go thinking they're anything special. They're lazy. Didn't want, you know, they've shown their hand, and we didn't want them anyway. No. It's kind of like if you see a hot girl and she turns you down, you're like, yeah, actually, I didn't want her anyway. I'd much rather having microwavable meals for one. That's way better. That was Triple H. It really is hurting, to be honest. He might as well have just come out and said he's actually hurting. But yeah, he's given future free agents something to think about, and maybe tried to devalue those that have chosen AEW instead. Right here, look, we're seeing Legado beating up on LA Knights. So we've got Berto, we've got Angel, we've got Santos, and boom, sit down powerbomb. LA Knight is feeling the effects here. Obviously, no DQ. Where's the Profits? What are they doing? They better be on their way. Right now, we've got Legado. Come on. Where are they? Are they not watching in Gorilla? Here they are. Making their way down. Perhaps they were sorting the champagne out. They were so confident that Bobby was going to win this. Out the ring goes Legado. Oh, hello. Elektra Lopez gets in the ring and she stops. She stops Dawkins. Oh, big boot by B-Fab. Huge. Huge. That was a massive kick to the midsection. Damn, man. Against the ropes. Over the top. Boom. Montez. Means that we got Santos and Bobby in the ring. Roll up there by Santos. Kick out by the Almighty. Almighty grabbing. Santos picks him up. Flatliner, but it looked rough, man. Looked like Bobby had a few different ideas of what he wanted to do, and we ended up with a flatliner. Bobby in the corner. Charging over. Oh, Santos moves out the way. LA Knight. BFT. 1, 2, 3. LA Knight wins. So LA Knight progresses. Let's get your thoughts on that match. Yeah. LA Knight. What did you think about that contest? Boom. This will all go into our current spreadsheet, which is fully updated now with show scores and matches. Right, we're backstage with LWO. With all the history. Karma. Oh, Santos denied the allegation. Santos is all cap. The truth will eventually surface. I've accomplished many things. Forming the LWO. But deep. I truly believe. I truly believe that Rey Mysterio has another run as WWE champion deep down inside. I think people would love to see it as well, you know. We don't talk about Rey being a world champion, but Rey as world heavyweight champion, I think people would love to see it. He's one of the most popular superstars of all time. Here's Solo. Coming out with No Yeet and Paul Heyman. Oh, please win. Please don't lose again. Please don't lose again, Solo. Think this is going to be a match. The Bloodline are embarking on a new mission by order of the Tribal Chief, and we go to commercial break. The only run Rey has left is skid marks, said David. Dragon Lee attacked himself to make everyone think it was Carlito. The perfect double bluff, said Trina. Richard said LA Knight confronts Karrion Kross. I don't know what we're doing with Karrion Kross, to be honest. He's down in NXT, isn't he? So, I don't know. Is their future there for a little bit, or were they just trying to bump the ratings for a week or so? Solo talking and losing has completely diminished what he gained by retiring, Cena says, huh? He has lost a lot of his aura. It is true. I did like him when he was in the ring, though, talking to Roman, and he was like, finish him, finish it. And he was saying all that, and Roman's like, I know. Like, Solo talking to his tribal chief, like, kind of like respectfully, but also like not pulling his punches, like basically telling him what to do. I thought that was a good look for Solo. Didn't work, but I thought that made him look like he was far enough up the pecking order where he was comfortable to not just wait for orders. He was comfortable enough to tell Roman what to do. So I thought that was a good little moment for him. A win here would massively help, of course. Certainly if it was a good-looking win, credible-looking win. But it is true, he's certainly not in the same place that he was. Who attacked Dragon Lee, said Bishy. Tony Khan. Tony Khan, and Tony Khan is going to show the backstage footage of him attacking Dragon Lee on next week's Dynamite. We're just going to keep doing that every week now, seeing if we can just keep builds on the ratings. Johnny said, Days, I wish I was where you were at SmackDown. Why do Fox think they need to make me wait for The Simpsons? Oh, well, in all fairness, The Simpsons are goated. So if you are watching The Simpsons instead, you know, could be worse. Really, you are making me wait for SmackDown over that. Well, The Simpsons are pretty cool. I know that they lost their way for like 20 seasons, but I watched a brilliant YouTube video on The Simpsons, you know. What a guy did was he sat down, he watched every episode, and he scored it out of 10 against like different parameters, like number of jokes, how funny those jokes were, like the plot line, if it made sense, or if it was just a waste of time. Like he went down these parameters and he scored every season. And unsurprisingly, like the first 8 seasons are like immense. And then it starts to decline around season 9, 10. It starts coming down. And by the time you get into like 20, 25, those, I mean, like you're down here, it's awful. But he said, you know, it's in recent years actually started to pick back up. And he says, like the most recent season had some genuinely fantastic moments in. And he was like, the reason the Simpsons are struggling is because they're seen as this massive cultural monster, which they were and are, and they're struggling to live up to it, you know? They're struggling to... But he said, and what he did was he read out this review of a recent Simpsons episode, and it was rubbish. Right, this is a load of rubbish. They're wasting our time. They're not as good as they used to be. And at the end of the video, he reveals that was actually a review from season 6, which is regarded as the best season. And he's like, it shows that in the moment, these episodes might not feel like they're that special, but with time, people obviously build them up, and like nostalgia plays a part. So there's maybe a chance that a lot of the stuff that people hated about The Simpsons is going to be remembered a bit more fondly as time goes by. It's a very good video. So I would be thinking about that, Johnny, to be honest, whilst I was watching a Simpsons episode. I'd be thinking about that video rather than silly wrestling. Silly wrestling! Can't you watch it somewhere if you're on the West Coast? I can't, but there must be somewhere you can go. There must be some channel that shows it live. There must be some. Maybe, can you not VPN? Can you not get a VPN and like, or can you not change? I don't know. Can you not VPN to New York and then somehow watch it that way? There must be a way that if you're on the West Coast, that if there are shows that are being aired earlier than where you are, there must be a way of watching them live. There must be. I don't have the answer to that because I'm not in that situation, so I've never had to sort that, but there must be. If anyone knows the answer to this, then please respond. Right, I've got the scores for the match. It came out as 96% goods. 96% goods. Here's Heyman. Heyman's in the ring. This feels like a big segment, doesn't it? Bloodline offers no excuses. We don't blame anyone. I like that. Because they're saying Cody did it. No excuses. Nothing gets taken away from Cody. He did it. We accept accountability. We don't blame Undertaker. We don't blame anyone. Cody did it. Roman was focused. He was distracted by Solo. So he's talking about how Cody lost at 39 and it was Cody's fault for not preparing, and I agree. I agree. I will be your shield. Why didn't he hit Cody with the chair? So I feel like we're building the Roman Seth thing. Roman gave in to temptation. He took his eye off the ball. Weird to hear the wise man talking this way, isn't it? Saying that the tribal chief took his eye off the ball. He normally never says a word bad about him. Is this a shift in the presentation of the wise man? Like a phoenix? Oh, hello. What's this? What's Solo doing? Losing and winning matters. What's this? So there's consequences to losing. What's this? Yeah? What's happening? Consequences need change. What's happening? Solo's looking at Jimmy. Solo's looking at Jimmy. Me? Jimmy's like me. Oh my God. Nah. Nah. No, we're not seeing these two, are we? He's got his arms out. He's going in for a hug, is he? Oh my God, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? You're my brother. I love you. Something bad's coming in it. Something bad's coming. Something bad's coming. Something bad's coming. That was like the kiss of death. Oh, attack! Attack! Oh, let's go, man! Let's go! Tamatonga! Tamatonga! Oh, look at Heyman in the corner. Tamatonga's attacking Jimmy. Oh, boy. Oh, my God. Look at Heyman doesn't know. Heyman doesn't know. He does now. He does now. We all do now. Oh, Solo stops. Tamatonga, don't know if that's the name they're going to go with. Oh my God, we're eating goods. We thought WrestleMania season was over. Heyman's like, no. Samoan Spike. Jimmy down. Oh, and again. Oh, 3, 4. Look at Heyman. Look at Heyman. Oh my God. Oh my God. Tamatonga is acknowledging, but who is he acknowledging? Who is he acknowledging? Is he acknowledging Solo Sikoa? Oh no, now Solo's acknowledging. Who's acknowledging? I don't know who's being acknowledged. He snatches the phone. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Solo is stomping on the phone. Who were they acknowledging? Were they acknowledging Roman? But they've just stopped Heyman calling Roman. Oh my God. Well, listen, if I'm Heyman, I've not been attacked. I'm overjoyed right now. I'm still alive. Right now, the chair is being put over the head of Jimmy. I love you. I love you. Oh, God, this segment is so good. So good. I love you. Look at this. Look at this. The destruction of the remaining bloodline. Oh, he collides into the chair that was over the head of Jimmy. Oh my God. And Solo steps through the ropes. He looks over at Paul Heyman. Heyman has stepped through the ropes as well. Look, Heyman's like, okay. Wow. Look at Heyman just staring at Tamatonga. Jimmy Uso is down in the ring. Where's this going to lead? The Usos getting back together, but you can't do that because Jay is killing it as a solo star. So you can't do that. Is this going to lead to 2 bloodlines? But who's going to be in Jimmy's bloodline? Is Roman going to turn face? And is he going to side with Jimmy? Is Heyman now the wise man to Solo? Oh my God, I don't know what's happening, but it's amazing. So good. So good. Jimmy is dead. Jimmy is dead. That has been confirmed. Jimmy died. Jimmy died. Man, oh, God. Do you know, you go into these shows and you just think to yourself, please give us... I mean, I would say that's bigger than anything we got on Raw. I know that we got The Rock coming out, but we knew The Rock was around. John Cena came out, but we knew that Cena was still around from WrestleMania. Like, we got a few NXT talents and whatever, but, I mean, that is a seismic shift, man. The repercussions of that now, I mean, where do we go? Where do we go? Is there two bloodlines? What does it mean for Jimmy? What does it mean for Roman? People are going to have so many questions about this. That has just kicked up the dust in a massive way. And we've just added Tama Tonga. Oh my God, it was so good. So good. I just, wow. Wow. What do you think? Solo has got no aura, my ass, said Manny. Well, he just gained it. He just gained it all back, didn't he? Any aura that he was lacking, he's just managed to rediscover. He really, I mean, that was so enjoyable. That was so enjoyable. Mitchell said Solo is just pulled Pam from the office. He's created his own position. Solo is now the office administrator. It was what a moment. That's all that. Well, God, I feel like we need to do a video. Deserves a video for Tama Tonga. It really flipping does. It really flipping does. You're absolutely right. I am... Let's turn this down. Get in your thoughts. What do you think? Maybe you just need a Snickers bar. Was that as good as I think it was? Or do you think it was not as good as I thought it was? Or do you think it is? Right, we're back. It was quality, said Ian. Okay, I'm gonna try something here. I might be able to do. I might be able to get this video out without really having to do a great deal, but I don't know. I don't really know how this works. We'll try that. It was shocking and it was sad. It was amazing. It was amazing. WWE's creative is on a roll this year, said Eric. FaZe said, I think Jimmy and Jay reunion. But Jay's killing it at the moment, isn't he? Jay is killing it at the moment. So I just don't know. The Usos are coming back together. Jimmy versus Undertaker confirmed. Whole segment was good, but replace Tonga with Jacob Fatu. It would have been better, said Adam. Mate, where does Jacob Fatu come in? What if Jimmy needs his own monster to deal with Solo and he goes and gets Jacob? Maybe what we just got was amazing, but what's on the way is going to be better. Imagine that. Imagine that. Here is Braun Breaker. Oh my God, WWE are just on absolute fire right now. Not Braun Breaker. To the moon. Humble Rumble said, who's Tama Tonga? He was from New Japan. He was in Bullet Club. He was one half of the Gorillas of Destiny, which is one of the great New Japan teams. And, yeah, I mean, he was a decent-sized star over there. He was, to my knowledge, I mean, never IWGP champ. But obviously they won championships over in New Japan. And honestly, he is someone that I think is going to be... he's in his 40s, I believe. So, you know, he's not a young spring chicken. But he is definitely somebody that is a great addition to the roster. He brings experience. He brings credibility. He can wrestle. He can cut promos. He's going to be a great addition. And he's a family friend in a way. I mean, he's not part of the bloodline, but, you know, you won't find him on that tree. But son of Haku, is he not? So he's not on that family bloodline tree, but he is regarded as family. Wow. And I mean, like, Solo is clearly a heel. He just beat up his brother, just turned on a heel, turning on heels. I mean, I feel like this means that Solo is... I can't tell if Solo has just got rid of Jimmy and he's got rid of the weak link, or is it more that he has become the tribal chief himself? I'm thinking that he's got rid of Jimmy. I'm thinking that he's replaced Jimmy with Tama Tonga. Losing has consequences, which is ironic because Solo's like 0 and 37. But, you know, losing has got consequences, and so we've replaced Jimmy with Tama Tonga. I think they were still acknowledging, showing that they still acknowledge Roman Reigns. I think that group, Bronze 1, by the way, I think that group is going to be a heel group. I think that's a heel group. I think Jimmy has been cut out, and I think Roman is going to stay, but I think Roman's going to be nervous. He's going to know that Solo has leveled up, you know. And it's funny because we spoke about how I liked him talking to Roman during that match, and it showed that he wasn't nervous around Roman, and he had stuff to say, you know. Because if you're around your boss, sometimes you can be just waiting for orders, or you can be like, yes, no, you know, you just sort of fall in line, if you will. You've got to have a good relationship to be able to, you know, have back and forth banter or tell your boss what to do. Not everyone's fortunate enough to have that relationship. And I know they're family members, but within the structure, that's his tribal chief. That's in many ways his boss. And at WrestleMania, he was telling him, get up, finish it. You know, Roman's like, I know. It kind of reminded me of a relationship I've had with bosses in the past. Sometimes bosses are very strict and they don't want you too close. And it's yes, sir, no, sir, 3 bags full. Or sometimes they're, let's go to the pub. You know, let's have a drink after work and, you know, oh, God, what a day that was. Listen, I think we need to do more of this, blah, blah, blah. And you can be a bit more, you know, informal, if you will. A bit more back and forth with them. Just depends on the person. But, yeah, this was very interesting to see that he was, like, bossing him around at WrestleMania, telling him what to do. And I think that was maybe a little indicator that something like this may have been on the way. It was an indicator that I didn't pick up on, though. Total surprise. But Tama Tonga coming in, people have been waiting for that. What if they were acknowledging Jacob as they could have ordered the hit? Oh, that's a good shout. That's true. They're acknowledging someone, but who are they acknowledging? Maybe it was not Roman. Perhaps they were acknowledging Jacob Fatu. It's a good shout, that is. It's a good shout. Literally, right now, I'd say everything is on the table. I'd say everything is on the table. I don't think we can really rule anything out. But as I said, for me, I mean, what a moment, because that is, I think, bigger than anything we saw on Raw. But what's exciting is that we are now getting moments on SmackDown. So we're kind of establishing this as the SmackDown after Raw. That to me is a Raw after Mania level moment, and we just had it on SmackDown, which is going to get me excited next year for the SmackDown after Raw, because next year we'll be like, do you remember the Bloodline incident? Do you remember what happened with the Bloodline? So it sort of sets a bit of a precedent for the SmackDown after Raw now. Suzanne said, okay, hang on. So who's head of the table? We don't know. It could be Solo. It could be Jacob Fatu. It could be Roman Reigns. They acknowledged someone, right? Solo acknowledged as well. So I feel like they were acknowledging, right? Although what I would say is that Roman even puts his hand up when he asks to be acknowledged, right? It's not that Roman stands there with his arms folded, waiting to be. Even he puts his hand up, right? Joins in the acknowledgement. So just because Solo had his hand up, it means that even he might be acknowledging himself, you know? It could be Solo. Tama Tonga was stood behind, so I don't think he's acknowledging Tama Tonga. So Solo is either acknowledging himself, acknowledging Jacob Fatu, or acknowledging Roman Reigns. Or The Rock. Ah! You're right. Oh, The Rock. Oh, my God. Oh, The Rock. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, God. The story is so good. Oh, we can't put the title on Cody. If we put the belt on Cody, what will we do? I don't know. How about a better story? Like, oh, my God. It's so good. This is one of the best things I've seen this year. It really is. This story has been so slow, right? But not in a bad way. Not in a bad way, right? It's just that it takes its time, doesn't it? It takes its time. And, like, you know, all these little looks and all these little moments. So I came into this episode thinking, okay, we got a couple of championship qualifying triple threats. We'll have Cody. You know, it'll be a good show. I'm looking forward to it. I wasn't expecting something of this magnitude. And for it to move this quick as well. I mean, it's a shock. It's just this massive moment, and now all these questions. Who's he acknowledging? How does Roman fit into this? How does The Rock fit into this? What is Jimmy gonna do? What's Jay thinking right now? Does he feel sorry for his brother, or is he like, nah, I'm not. You know, he's crossed me, or I don't know. He's gonna reach out to him. I don't think we get the Usos back because I think Jay's killing it. But, oh my God, it's so good. So good. Days one day you'll overdose on overexcitement, said Cleveland Brown. Well, we don't quite get these moments that often, to be honest, so I think we can enjoy them when they hit, you know? I'll step over both your dead bodies to get what I want. But it's very interesting. What is Roman going to do now, said Suzanne. James said, I'll be head of the table as long as it's a buffet table. Let's go. Hey, I need to ask for scores. No, I don't know if anyone watched Bron Breakker versus Cameron Grimes. Here's Bailey. So Bailey is making her way down to the ring. Right, boom, 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 boom. The new WWE Women's Champion making her way down to the ring. Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. Delwyn said, Solo calling the shots, or are these the first orders of the final boss? Because this isn't coming from Roman. Long-term storytelling, I'm here for effing it. It's true that these are not coming from Roman because like Heyman went to update Roman and Solo like threw the phone down, so I don't get the impression that Solo wanted Roman like to be aware of what's gone down just yet. We're sort of playing by Solo's rules or someone else's rules. But it still doesn't mean that Roman isn't going to be a part of this group. It could be that the orders came from The Rock, right? Might be that the orders came from The Rock, but and Roman didn't know. But it might be that Roman is still the one that they acknowledge, right? He might still be seen as their tribal chief for now. For now. I just think, like, you've got to be really careful because this could turn Roman face. What we've just seen, the reason we're freaking out is that might have just turned Roman Reigns face. That's how big that segment was. If you're not quite grasping it, that might have just changed everything, right? Because if Roman didn't know and Jimmy has just been attacked and Roman is going to stand up for Jimmy, well, Jimmy and Roman are going to be on the face side. Solo, Tama Tonga, maybe Rock, they're going to be on the heel side. And we might have just seen the very beginnings of a Roman face turn there. We don't know that yet because we don't know how the cards are going to fall. That was monumental. That was monumental. Okay, so we've got Bayley in the ring right now. Oh, God, we're an hour into the show. How did we not end the show on that? How is that not the closing image of the show? How are we sat here talking right now and then the show's still going? How are we meant to focus? So Bayley has got that women's championship around her waist. I'll tell you the other issue. If Cody changes the belt, don't we have to change the women's belt? Because there's synergy, isn't there? Both the men's and the women's belts are pretty much exactly the same. The exciting era. Michael Cole will make fun of me, and it's because of all of you guys. I hope he does make fun of her. These last 11 years, you guys have been there through everything. You guys never gave up on my vision. So we've got a Bayley chant. I'm so excited to start this journey. So she's really putting the fans over. Is this Tiffany Stratton? No way. Are we going to get Tiffany and Bayley? It's Tiffy time. I thought it was rude how I didn't get an opportunity at WrestleMania. So, Tiffany's making her way down to the ring. I accept. Tiffany accepts. It's Tiffy time. This is a bit... CM Punk was right signing the crowds. Oh, I only just saw that. CM Punk was right. Naomi. So Bayley wants to give Naomi an opportunity. Naomi couldn't win a title if it glowed in the dark. Well, she did win a title and then make it glow in the dark, technically. Here's Naomi making her way down. So Bailey wants Naomi. That brings Naomi out. We are definitely back in the Attitude Era. Oh, so good in it. Oh, I'm still buzzing. I've already beaten you, says Tiffy. So are we going to do Naomi against Tiffany Stratton? Maybe winner faces Bailey or something? You've tried me on the wrong night, says Naomi. Little girl. Here's what you don't know. I've earned every single thing that I've gotten here in the WWE. Tiffany's like... I can't accept your challenge just yet. So she wants to take on clueless Tiffany. Right here, right now. So it looks like we're getting Tiffany Stratton versus Naomi. Yeah, this is all right. I'm down for this match. It's just, a hard thing to try and follow that segment. I feel so sorry for them trying to follow that segment, you know? Right, let's get the results of this poll, shall we? Let's see where we are. We have got, these are the results of that Bron Breakker match. So it's going to be 91% good. So good won, 91%. Boom. Right. Could Roman be behind this? Yep. Could Paul and Jimmy be the only ones left out of it? Yep. I think I can't see a reason why anything is off the table. I mean, look, the only thing I would say is that Solo didn't want Heyman to call Roman. That suggests to me that Roman is probably not involved, right? It's probably not involved, because if he was involved, why would Solo be bothered about Heyman calling? Why would he be bothered about Roman finding out, right? Chances are Roman's not watching the show, right? Chances are that he's with his family, you know, he's in the gym, he's doing whatever, right? Chances are he's not watching. They're dealing with it, right? Heyman, Solo, Jimmy, they're dealing with what they need to deal with. He's dealing with what he needs to deal with. So there's a chance he's not watching. So, you know, if there's a problem, Heyman will call. So the fact that Solo stopped that phone call and stomped on the phone, I mean, that is I would say, a very clear sign of disrespect to Roman Reigns, actually. So he didn't want Roman to know, and he stomped on the phone. Makes me think that we are not acknowledging Roman. Makes me think we are not acknowledging Roman. And probably scarier is that we might have just took the wise man away from Roman as well. Roman might have just lost the wise man. Because the wise man is... I mean, like, he's gone off with Tama Tonga and Solo, right? And right now he might be getting clued in as to what's actually going down. And what might be going down might be that we've got a new tribal chief. That person might be The Rock. It might be Solo, right? But it feels like there's change, right? The only thing I would say is, are we really turning Roman face now? I just don't know. Was it just a case of, I don't want you calling Roman, he throws it down, he stomps on it. It's a disrespectful thing to Roman, but we're still going to keep Roman around. I'm really thinking that we've just seen a seismic change. I'm really thinking that we've just gone in a real different direction here. Heyman went with them because he was petrified, said James. Hang on, we're backstage with Kayla. Jimmy. Paul has gone in, so Paul went in to check on Jimmy. No. Is Jimmy okay? Is Tama? He's looking at Heyman. By orders of the tribal chief. Here's Solo. Looking at his... And a little laugh by Solo as well. Heyman's doing amazing. What does that mean? What does that mean? Heyman doesn't know what that means. Whoever gives the orders. We can't be building to Rock Roman now. Rock's going away? How are we building to Rock Roman now? How are we building to Rock Roman now? By orders of the tribal chief. Heyman doesn't know about these orders. What does that mean, he says? It's got to I'm thinking it's The Rock. I think you're right. I'm thinking The Rock is now the tribal chief. But how are we building to that? How are we building to that? Oh. This version has been great of Solo, said Tom. Does it mean that Paul's going to get spiked? Well, the threat is constantly there, isn't it? It's constantly there. 52 Games said, Tamo, in WWE when they go to Netflix, oh my goodness. Solo said he's the new tribal chief. Did he? Where did he say that? Where did he say he was the new tribal chief, Kian? Edward said, I technically told a lie. I've been a member for more than 2 years, said Edward. Edward, shout out to you. It's appreciated. Matt said, what about Jacob Fatu? Oh, God, you're right. Could be Jacob. What if it's Jacob? Oh, my God. What if it's Jacob? What if Jacob Fatu is the new tribal chief? Oh, my God. Can't cope. Can't cope. What if it is Jacob? But doesn't this turn Rock? Does this turn Rock face? Does this turn Rock face? Nah, The Rock might align with this new group. He might side with this new group. But does this turn Roman face? Does it turn Paul Heyman face? Jeez. Well, honestly, what we've seen, it's one of the biggest moments of the year. It's one of the biggest moments in recent years. It's absolutely huge. Just when you think, like, it's funny because on the surface, it's just Solo turning on Jimmy. That's all it is. It's Solo turning on Jimmy. And Tama Tonga arriving, right? But it's so much more than that, isn't it? It's so much more. It could lead to Roman being face. It could lead to Heyman being face. It could lead to The Rock being face. It could lead to the arrival of Jacob Fatu. You guys are right. You're absolutely right. It's monumental. It's mental. We are underway with Tiffany and Naomi. I've got some super chats to catch up with, but let me change this graphic. Tiffany versus Naomi. So here we've got Mitchell. Read that about Pam from The Office. He's created his own position. Bembo said they are acknowledging The Rock. So Bembo thinks that they're acknowledging The Rock. And Sean, shout out to you, said since Rock won and Roman lost at WrestleMania, and Solo said wins and losses matter, what if The Rock is building his own bloodline with Solo, Tama, and Fatu? Yep, you could have nailed it, but you could have absolutely nailed it. Maybe that line of wins and losses matter. They have consequences. Maybe that is an indicator. I mean, it would be wild if Jacob was the new tribal chief because people don't know him. We would have a new tribal chief that no one knows. I mean, do we go with The Rock and make The Rock the new tribal chief? I mean, he is the final boss. He could quite easily make himself the final chief. I don't know, man. Does Jacob Fatu join up with Roman as a counter to Solo? Rock, Solo, Tama, Roman, Jacob, Jimmy. Rock, Solo, Tama, Roman, Jacob, Jimmy. And Jay off doing his own thing because he's killing it. He's killing it. He's off, like, you know, he's got an opportunity to win the World Heavyweight Championship, and he's one of the most played superstars in the game. He's shifting loads of merch. I don't think you pull back on Jimmy at this point. I think you keep going with Jimmy. So Jimmy, unfortunately, stays out of it. But yeah, is that where it's going? I love that, Sean. Wins and losses matter. Paul said, no one cares about Cody anymore. Who's Cody? Oh, God, I do remember. There was someone called Cody, wasn't there? But I can't remember. All I remember is the Bloodline. I think I'm going on holiday, aren't I? And I think is the worst decision I've ever made in my life, to go on holiday right now when literally everything's kicking off. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I remember now. I remember. I've made the worst decision of my life. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I mean, we're streaming on Monday. We're still here Monday. And I will still stream when I'm in America, but I can't go gallivanting around doing toy hunting right now. Not when the world's ended. Not when the whole wrestling world is ended around us. Wow. Wow. Do you know, I mean, we have to just take a moment to just acknowledge how incredible wrestling is right now. I mean, we, in our wildest dreams, I don't know that we ever thought we would get back to this. I've genuinely watched WWE since 1993. Well, probably 92. And I mean, like, I'm sure I have enjoyed wrestling this much in the past, like, 20-odd years. I mean, I really loved the Daniel Bryan period, right? I mean, Daniel Bryan, WrestleMania 30, love that. It's a true highlight, that is, right? I really enjoyed around, like, 25 with Shawn and Undertaker and the reforming of DX. So I really enjoyed that period as well. So there are definitely periods that I have enjoyed since the Attitude Era. And, you know, the whole arrival of, you know, Ruthless Aggression and all the new superstars that brought, and watching Randy. But this is special. This is special. As from someone that's been watching since the early 90s, and I'm sure many of you have been watching that long or even longer, this is special. What we are seeing right now, you can easily hold up and compare to some of the great periods of the past. I mean, this people are saying this is the best WrestleMania ending ever. They're saying it's the best WrestleMania ever. You know, Cody finishing his story was amazing. But now look at what we're doing with the Bloodline. Oh, my God. So good. And we just have to acknowledge that we are enjoying this right now, you know? We get to watch this right now. Imagine if you left wrestling. Imagine if you fell out of love with wrestling and you went and you're missing all this now. Good! You weren't here for the dark times, so you don't get to enjoy the good times. That's my feeling on it. If you're not going to weather the storm, then you don't deserve to reach land. And we've reached land. Not only have we reached land, but we found the gentleman's club that's on the land as well. And we are living La Vida Loca right now. Right? Tiffany up top looking for the prettiest moonsault, but Naomi moves out the way. Jacob said, Rock said when he came back, he was going after Cody, though, and not Roman. That is true. That is true. We've got a win for Naomi. Hang on, was that match number 2? I don't want to get all confused. I think that was match number 2. I think this was match number 3. I need to get the poll up before we dig into that comment, because I'm sure there's things to explore there. Match score. All time. Great. Good. So a win for Naomi. That's a good win for her. Does that mean she will be next for Bayley? We are seeing Theory and Waller right now. Drew Barrymore was there. I never saw Drew Barrymore. Drew Barrymore was there, but I never knew that. So we've just got a video package for these two. They're saying it's the Streak 2.0. What, because he's 1-0 at WrestleMania? Theory doing a shoey. I'm allergic to not winning championships at WrestleMania. We are the greatest undefeated tag team champs of all time. A town down under. Okay. There is a couple of teams got Street Profits. New Catch Republic. There's Ray. So we're building towards that triple threat match that's coming up. Right, I saw there was a... I think, did we get Super Chats coming in? Are we up to date with that? We're up to date with that. Okay, so what was that comment about The Rock? The Rock said he's coming for Cody and not that he's coming for Roman. No. But he could be coming for Cody when he comes back next year. It doesn't mean that he's not still made some changes to the bloodline. They could acknowledge The Rock whilst he's off doing his film, couldn't they? He's still, when he comes back, he's got his eye on Cody. But it's just that he's maybe replacing Roman. And he now expects Roman to fall in line. Maybe The Rock acknowledged Roman when he had the belt, but there's no reason to acknowledge him anymore. He's not the tribal chief anymore. He doesn't have a belt. Hey, do you know who does have a belt? Called the People's Championship. Oh, so good, innit? So good. Do you know what's really good about it? Is that we could go so many different ways. Because you're not wrong. It could turn out that Jacob is the one that's in charge of this. It could turn out that it's... I don't think it's Solo, to be honest. I don't know if they would have revealed that in that backstage thing if Solo was the new tribal chief. I feel like Jacob or Rock. Or is it Roman operating behind Heyman's back? Is it Roman operating behind Heyman's back? But then why did Solo take the phone and throw it down? And stamp on it? The stamping on it feels very disrespectful. In a way, that phone sort of symbolizes Roman, if you will. That is the wise man's contact to Roman and Solo. And listen, there are consequences for losses. And Roman lost. So not only did Jimmy get attacked, but maybe Roman's out as well. So if Roman is out as well, who is the new tribal chief? Is it The Rock? Is it Jacob? Is it Tony Khan? Brian said, Days, I don't think The Rock has got anything to do with this. Let's face it, Rock won't appear again till February. Well, don't know that he won't appear till February. He can appear. He can be on shows. But but he is, I don't know when he's next wrestling. I don't know if he's going to wrestle at SummerSlam or not. I mean, you make a good point. Maybe we won't see him now. He's going away for a bit, but it can be revealed that he's the new tribal chief and he's just not around. You know, they did a lot of acknowledging Roman with Roman not being around. So we could acknowledge The Rock. I tell you what, if The Rock sends a message out, imagine if he tweets out. So it could be presented that he is the new tribal chief, The Rock. We don't know when we're going to see him in action next. We think it's WrestleMania next year, but that might not be true. We just know he's going away for a little bit to do Hollywood now. And if he just makes a few appearances, they could do his bidding for him, you know? Don't know. I don't think that would be enough to rule The Rock out for me. I think he's still in the running. I really like the wins and losses matter, and The Rock won and Roman lost. And Jimmy lost. Wins and losses matter. I mean, no one tell Tama that Solo was like 0-34. He still is, actually, like 0-37, something like that. Oh, Trini said it was also telling at Mania that The Rock walked straight past Roman when he was marching to the ring, didn't help him back or anything. I wonder how many people caught that detail, says Trina. You're forgetting one thing. Rock is their boss and has no problems reminding anything of that. Let's go down. Rock is their boss. He's got no problems reminding everyone of that. Who's to say he didn't threaten Solo with losing his job, said IFAL. Rock could just do videos to keep himself in the story, said Eric. That's true. He could easily send in little video clips, couldn't he? That's true. And they could acknowledge him. And he will show up at some point. And it'll be like, you know, a big moment. This is the 18th consecutive televised sellout. 15,700 people. Good camera shot as we sort of came through the crowd, looked into the arena. Now we're just seeing what happened at WrestleMania last weekend. Brony said, Days, I know you're against this because he's very over as a single star, but they could do Solo, Tama, and Jacob against Roman and the Usos. Yeah, I'm not against it. I wouldn't have a problem with it. I just think that he is very over at the moment, and he's got a big win at WrestleMania. He's getting an opportunity at the World Heavyweight Championship. He's looking for a singles championship. And honestly, I could see him being a future Intercontinental. He might even turn out to be the one that ends up beating Logan, you know. We thought it would be LA Knight because that's how the current roster looks. But after the drafts, we don't know where anyone's going to be after the drafts. So, who knows? Who knows? I mean, the draft could shake all of this up. Hey, here's Logan. Logan says, are you mad? Logan asks, are you mad? I walked in the champ. I exited the champ. Right, let's end this poll so that we've got the stats. $600 million impressions, and apparently 200 came from Logan. Is that true? 600 million impressions, 200 from Logan and Prime and iShowSpeed and everything. Here is Chelsea Green. She's coming out with Piper Niven, so it's going to be a tag match. Okay, She got jobbed out on Monday and it was very fun. I would have been tempted to have jobbed her out again here. But she's coming out with Piper Niven. And we ain't going to job out Piper Niven. So I don't know what this match is going to be. But Chelsea and Piper. I mean, it could be like maybe, I don't know, Jade and Bianca. You would never treat us that way. Jade and Bianca, do you think? We're ready. We're ready for an opportunity. Jade and Bianca. Good luck. Yeah, Jade and Bianca, I'm thinking. I could be completely off. It might turn out to be Caden and Katana, but I'm thinking Chelsea's in there, so we bring Jade back out. Yeah, man. Let's go. So, Jade is going to be one of them. And I've got to think it's going to be Bianca because they just teamed together. Richard said, if the Judgment Day get a new member, then who would join the Judgment Day next? I don't... Well, I mean, wouldn't we have to kick someone out? I feel like the Judgment Day is pretty bloated. I mean, they've got a lot of people. It's hard to get promo time with so many people. So I think you'd have to kick someone out first before adding. Jade is coming down. She got short hair. If she got short hair here, it looks like her hair's a bit shorter. Mason said, what if they don't break my heart again because Cody beating Roman has now forced Rock to get rid of him? What if they don't break your heart again because now that has forced that? Yeah, I think he might have been forced out. This might be a Roman face turn. It's hard to get your head around at the moment. I think it's hard to get your head around because we're still not certain. There's so many different roads this could go down. But it feels, to me, if I'm a betting man, it feels like Roman is on the way of becoming a face and Rock is on his way of staying heel. Here's Bianca. This is exactly what they should be doing. It's brilliant booking because Jade is very limited. She needs protecting over the summer. I don't think Bianca's going to be around the title picture. Not at the moment. She may get moved around in the draft, but these two have teamed together at WrestleMania. I'd love to see these two try and get them tag belts. I wouldn't have this be a one-off. I would have this be an indicator as to where we're going. Jade and Bianca as tag champs. Jade and Bianca against... Who's got them at the moment? Is it Kabuki Warriors? I think it is, isn't it? Imagine that, a Backlash. Backlash, Kabuki Warriors against Jade and Bianca. I'll order that. I'll be down for that. I tell you what, we'll do the watch along. We're doing it, guys. I mean, we were doing it anyway, but... Richard said, if the Judgment Day... Oh, we read that one. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I think I would get someone out the Judgment Day if you're going to do that. I think 4 guys and a girl is maxed out for me. I mean, that way, you can have the girl go after the Women's Championship. You can have 2 of the guys go after the tag belts. 1 guy can be the heavyweight champ. And the other person can go after the mid-card belt. So for me, we're maxed out. The other problem you've got is that there's so many of them that they're not getting a chance to do like much promo work. You know, JD doesn't get to talk all that much because Priest's talking or Dominic's talking or Rhea's talking. So they can sort of get in each other's way. So I would get 1 out and then put 1 in. You sort of need someone that's on their own that would fit in with that group that's got a bit of an edge to them, you know?
Oh, big boot coming in. I don't think Cameron Grimes would be that person, to be honest. Kick there by Jades. Chelsea goes down. Jades grabbing Chelsea. Here we go for the second time this week. 1, 2, 3. And it's that easy. Chelsea is defeated. So, Adam, shout out to you, Adam. Hope you well, buds. Adam said, new Bloodline run riot. The Rock comes back as their tribal chief, faces Cody for the belts. And in that title match is where Roman returns. He could cost The Rock the match. Then we get Rock Roman at Mania. Love you days. Adam, I need you to know that I am stealing all of that, right? But I am writing your name down because I am going to credit you with that because I think that you might have just written out where we're going. I think you've just cracked it all. So, a new Bloodline, running riot. Rock is revealed as the new tribal chief. We build to him against Cody, ideally at SummerSlam. Oh no, Kevin's got a microphone. So, new tribal chief. We build to Rock versus Cody. Roman returns as a face. And then we build to Roman and Rock. Wow. Wow. Adam, love it. Absolutely love it. And I've written it down and stolen it, just so you know. Kevin Owens is backstage with a microphone. He's going into Gorilla. Now they're both standing in my way. Did we do the poll? Did I do a poll? I don't think I did I? There was a howdy glitch. Oh, God, it's all happening. It is all happening. Let me get the thing up and we'll have a look at the howdy glitch. They are just putting everything into this show, aren't they? Great. Here's, I love that tiger. Right, he stepped in with the championship. Let's have a look at Glitch Smackdown. So many talking points. So, Jade and Bianca were in the ring. There was a slight... Was it that one? Oh, it has got a message. There is a message. AYB forgot you us. What's that? What does that mean? You forgot about us. You forgot about us. That's better, isn't it? You forgot. Is that what it says? I mean, it looks like it's got... Is that a question mark or something? Oh, I see it now. So it's like a crosswords. So you forgot about us. Doesn't work though because the T and the S are together. What's what's that? You forgot about. I can see the us across, but silly howdy. You forgot about us. 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 Jeez. Jeepers. Jeepers creepers. Do you know what? That goes into there. That goes into there. Hey, do you reckon we can use our new thing that caused all this carnage earlier? Boom. 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 Ah, look at this. I'm basically doing unseen live. Ah, this is the best. This is the best. Hey guys, welcome to Wrestling Days and welcome to some breaking news coming out of SmackDown. There was a glitch that was shown during the Jade Bianca match. They were taking on Chelsea and Piper. You can see the glitch here on screen. So this courtesy of Ben. We've got this screenshot and there, look in the corner, there is some letters. So if we go down, so IRWE Row Wrestling. Shout out to those guys. Here you can see it's like a crossword, right? I must admit it didn't jump out at me that way at first. Just looked like it was all like jumbled. But actually it's got the you going down, you forgot going across, about going down, and us going across. That us is huge. Doesn't say me, right? It doesn't say me, it says us. So are we looking at the return of not only Howdy, but what about Alexa Bliss? What about Rowan? What about Braun Strowman? We haven't seen Strowman in ages, right? We know he's around. He's still with the company. He's been doing loads of stuff. And we know that Alexa is around as well. But, yeah, there's been a lot of talk about Uncle Howdy and that he's the one that's going to be on his way back. This us certainly implies there's more than one. Alexa, Braun, Howdy. I would love Rowan. I would love Eric Rowan to come back, man. That would be so good. What a wonderful tie back to like the whole Wyatt family thing, you know? And, you know, he's the last one standing, isn't he, of the original trio? You know, it was Rowan, it was Harper, it was Bray. Obviously Harper, Bray no longer with us anymore. Brody Lee no longer with us. So that would be awesome if we've hired him, brought him in. I mean, I don't want to get too excited, but I love this us. This us is huge. So, yeah. Who is on the way? Who is us? Certainly implies it's more than just Howdy. That worked really well, you know. Guys, that worked really well. I'm so pleased with how that went. The audio will probably sound atrocious, but I'm honestly starting to feel like I'm a YouTuber. I know. I'm starting to feel like a YouTuber. We're having all these conversations and things. Oh my God. We're doing good work here. Well, we're doing work. I don't know if it's good work. We're doing work. Putting the work in. No interest of this being on TV, said Dick Togo. Well, you're not feeling it. Okay, AJ Styles making his way down to the ring. Bibi Yipsy said, being lifelong Detroit Tigers fan, I need that belt. What, the one that Kevin Owens had? Man, what a show. This has been better than Raw. This has been better than Raw. Yeah, it's been better than Raw. It's only 2 hours. Nothing has outstayed its welcome. Really enjoyed all of it. Here's Ray. Monster talking point with the Bloodline thing. I mean, absolutely disgustingly huge. Whose side will Paul Heyman be on? Well, I think... well, I don't know. That's a good question. I think he'll be with Roman. I think he'll side with this group, but he won't be comfortable. And I think when Roman comes back, he'll probably side with him. Right now, he's on his own. There's not much he can do, is there? Is Vincent and Dutch still free agents? Said Xavier Spicer. I don't know. That's a good question. They did go, didn't they, to... They did go to TNA. I think they signed with TNA, didn't they? Didn't sign with AEW. So Kevin Owens versus AJ Styles versus Rey Mysterio. We got 13 minutes left to go. Need to get your thoughts on this match once we are done with it. I think are we up to speed with everything? Oh, did we? No, we need to get the results of the other match, don't we? Shh, mates. We have eaten so good. We have eaten so good. I was not expecting a show of this magnitude. I thought it would be good. I was excited for the show. I didn't think it'd be a downer, but I thought it would be a step down from what we got from Raw. But we are just keeping that train rolling, man. We are just keeping that train rolling. Keep rolling. No, I know you'll be loving this. Right, times like this make us want a 3-hour Smackdown. Steady on, WrestleMania. Hang on, mate. You're getting... We've all had a drink. Hey, we've all enjoyed ourselves. Yeah, no, yes. Right now, I'll take a 5-hour Raw, a 5-hour Smackdown, 5-hour NXT. Spurs Gamer said Triple H really meant it when he said that Roman's going to go on a new story that will blow people's mind. He is absolutely incredible, but will Roman turn face? I think so. I think it'll be a difficult one to keep him heel, to be honest. I like him as a heel. I really like him as a heel because I think that he has really succeeded as a heel. So I'm not looking really to turn him face, but if the story warrants it, if the story requires it, then you do it, don't you? You know. I suppose in a way, Bray it was always you go where the circle takes you. I suppose you go where the story takes you. And the story is taking us in this direction. How about the Mercedes moan during her Wednesday interview? Well, that's another way of getting views. She was a moaning and a groaning as she got attacked. And, you know, I think it's a way of maybe getting a bit of attention, but I don't think it worked because everyone was so focused on the footage being shown, you know. Uncle Howdy music is on Twitter, said Delwyn. Oh, have they played the Uncle Howdy stuff in the arena, have they? That's what I was waiting for, you know. I didn't know that we would get a glitch or not today. But I did wonder if we would get the Howdy music, you know. There's another Howdy tease. It was before the show started, said Edward. Thank you. Is it just White Rabbit? Is it just the thing again? Is it the Nightbird again? We need to decide if we're calling this the Nightbird campaign because I never know what to call it. Part of me still calls it White Rabbit. Days the Righteous, they are signed now to AEW. Are they in Ring of Honor though? They're not on. I've never seen them advertised for Dynamite, but then I haven't been watching this year. So, I don't know. Is it a case that we are... I'm not expecting them, to be honest. I mean, they were never part of this. I think they were considered, but they obviously were never signed. So, I think they're well out of it now. And certainly if you're telling me they're signed to AEW. Ray, trying to go over and make the pin. There are levels to this game. The heel is the best part of the bread, said Marty. Right, I need to... Are we up to speed with the super chats? No, we're not. Xavier Spy, shout out to you. Asking about, are they free agents? We think we've got the answer to that. We believe that they are actually signed with AEW. But I don't expect them to be part of this. As we said, they were never part of this before. It was just that we thought they were going to be. And they obviously did. They put a lot of teasers out, lots of sixes in the background to get people thinking that they were going to be a part of it. Okay, we've got Kevin in the corner, Ray going up top. Boom! Big superplex by Kevin Owens. Goes for the cover as AJ comes in and breaks it up. Kevin Owens feeling the effects of that. Oof. Monstrous. Against the ropes, pop-up powerbomb. He lands on his Pele kick there by AJ. Great work there by Ray. Ray on top of AJ Styles. How long have we got? We've only got 6 minutes. Jeez. It's absolutely flown, innit? I can't believe it. I can't believe how quickly this stream has gone. Ray in the corner. Gets grabbed. Kevin Owens looking for a German on AJ. AJ Germans Ray. Just keep fighting. Boom. 6 minutes until the show's over, said Dro. That looked great, said her. You don't headbutt a Samoan, said Jadam. You don't powerbomb Billy Kidman, and you do not suplex Kevin Owens. Kyle said, Days, I don't think Byron Saxton was wearing shoes when he interviewed Kevin Owens when he walked away. Oh, really? Well, if people have spotted that, I'll chuck it in unseen. Ray going 619 connects. 619 connects. There's a stunner on the edge of the ring. Kevin Owens is climbing up. Kevin Owens, boom, he comes down, knees up there by AJ. AJ in the corner. He grabs Kevin Owens. AJ in the corner, but Ray grabbing him. Shots coming in there by Ray. Ray in the corner, looking to go over, but we're going to get a Styles clash. No, this is going to be sick, man. This is going to be sick. Boom, Styles clash. 1, 2, 3. AJ Styles clashes Ray onto Kevin Owens. And it looks sick. It looks so good. And AJ Styles picks up the victory. AJ Styles progresses after picking up the win in our main event. So we've got 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. That was a madness. Right, need to go into the poll. We are up to speed with the super chats. Oh my god, that was a great match. People really enjoying it. Well, let's see how much people enjoyed it by doing a poll. So what is your match score? Here's LA Knight in the ring. Whose game is it? We're going to get the rematch. We're going to do it again. I'm telling you, I love this. I love hearing these two talk in the ring. No, it's not a promo, but it is a promo. I mean, it is a promo because they're talking, they're working, they're selling the match. But it's not on a microphone to the crowd. It's just them face to face as we're sort of like the camera's right there listening in. So good. So good. So much from that show was just... I just don't even know where to start. I just don't even know. Like, I'm so used to finishing streams and being like, well, that was okay. I mean, you know, we had this, we had that, you know. So used to that. We've done that for years. And now it's like, I feel like we end the streams and you're like, what have I just witnessed? What have I just witnessed? Right, let's go over to the second channel so that I can put the poll up so that you lot can vote for the show. You don't vote for the show here, you're voting for the match. So main event match in this poll. For the show, go over to Wrestling Days Clips. Bang, bang, bang. What did you score WWE Smackdown? And it was for the 12th. Right. Was it an all-time show? Was it a great show? Was it just good? Was it okay? Or was it bad? Right. That poll is up now on the other channel. Wrestling Days Clips. Bang, bang. And let's get back. Switch over to here. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Let's get a few final thoughts. Yes. 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 Lovely. Upcoming Raw in Columbus is Alexa Bliss's hometown. Could we see a return? We could do, yeah. I mean, I think Alexa Bliss Gamer told me it was like the 22nd. So the only thing I would say is that that's not long. So if this is going to be like a White Rabbit thing, it's going to be very short. If it's going to be a longer campaign than that, then I don't know. I don't know if we don't just do a big tease for that show, you know, for the show that's going to be in her hometown. Do we like tease that she is a part of it and maybe confirm it there rather than reveal anything, you know? I don't know. It really depends how long we're going to take. I mean, White Rabbit ran for quite a while, you know. Ran for quite a while. We were getting lots of cryptic clues and everything. So the Columbus one feels a bit too soon to like reveal everything. So, don't know. Could the words that appeared "you forgot about us" be alluding to the Funhouse puppets? Said WWE fan. Yep. Could be alluding to that. Everything's on the table, but AWE Hallows Studio said, I think they'll do a QR codes on Raw and then have them show up at the end of Raw. Eric said the Lily dolls are coming back. He ready said about the Mercedes stuff, said James. Days, add Dustin Rhodes' tweet that went viral today for all the wrong reasons to Unseen. It's had over 10 million views and 25,000 likes. But I need to catch up on all of that, to be honest. The problem I have is that it takes me ages to do Unseen. So by the time Unseen is done and uploaded and finished, it's normally around about 9, 10 in the UK in the morning. And then anything else that I want to do, like research UFC or get my spreadsheet updated, I had to do that after. So it actually meant that I didn't get to bed till like 2. It meant that I didn't get up till about 8, half 8, and then I had something to eat. And we started the stream at 11, so I've been able to go back a few hours to see what I'd missed, but I've not been able to catch up with what's happened today. So I haven't seen a Dustin Rhodes tweet. But I will, because I will go back. What I'll do now is I'll do the review, my initial thoughts of this show. Obviously, it'll be very heavy with the Bloodline stuff, right? Then I'll do Unseen. That'll take me most of the night, to be honest. I wouldn't expect that up in the next few hours because I've got a whole day's worth of stuff to try and get through. But there is already, I don't know if it's worked well or if it's, not worked that well, but I tried to put up a reaction video for the Tamatonga stuff. I thought rather than do a video on it, people might enjoy just seeing a clip from the stream, right? Because it was an amazing moment. So good. So I've put that up. I've done a quick little video, as you saw on the Nightbird thing. I'll do a review of the show now, and then I'll work. So there's content out there. There'll be content on the channel. But yeah, I'll catch up with it, and I'll have a look into it. BB Yipsy said WWE sells a Detroit Tiger legacy belt, but it's different than the one that Kevin had. I like Kevin's better because it was on blue. Being a fan of Tigers since 64, I've been a fan for 60 years. Well, they've got it. That belt's got to be available somewhere. Is that a special just in Detroit or something? I mean, I can't imagine that they're showing one on TV and showing something different on the shop, so if there's, you could even get in touch with WWE Shop and ask them about it and see if they can help track that down or track one down if you prefer the blue. It'd be very strange for them to show something on TV that you then can't purchase. I mean, that's normally the reason why they show them. To try and get you to buy the stuff, Big Time said, best way to describe AEW, right, is a company that's lost and struggling to stay relevant. As far as an answer on how to turn it around, I don't know, because the result may not come for anything. Well, I think that's the challenge, isn't it? I think we don't really need to debate if they're struggling. I think we know they're struggling. And I think the question is, how do you turn it around? And I think that's a harder question to answer because I always like to put myself in that position. I think it's very easy to stick the fork and stick the knife into AEW. I think it's very easy to be like, they're rubbish, they don't know what they're doing, they're clueless. I feel like that to me is a very boring conversation. And it's what I see and hear a lot of. Is they're useless, they're rubbish, they're clueless, they don't know what they're doing, blah, 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 right? Okay, fine. But for me, a much more interesting conversation is, okay, so what do they do? And why did they show the footage? And what were they hoping to get from it? And did they get that from it? Like, to me, these are much more interesting, thought-provoking conversations than just their rubbish, So, yeah, turning it around, I mean, that's a whole conversation. I feel like we've touched on it many times, and we're clearly not going to touch on it now. But to me, that would be a much more interesting conversation to have. Alex Bliss Gamer said, the 22nd is the 5-year anniversary of the Firefly Funhouse. I wonder if on the 22nd we see a Funhouse that gives us like a cryptic Funhouse. Don't know. I wonder what they've got up their sleeve. Danny D said, how do you rate this SmackDown? I'm not just saying this. I am honestly going to think about it. Definitely, I'm around that 8 range. I really enjoyed this show. I think we have seen something that was I mean, what we saw from Solo and Jimmy, that is as big as anything we saw build into WrestleMania. I mean, I think that, like, The Rock beating up Cody in the rain, that was a massive segment, wasn't it? It was huge. Mama Rhodes and all that stuff, right? But I think what we've just seen with Solo and Jimmy is around that level. I don't know that you would class it as big, but from a storyline point of view, it's as big. The Rock beating up Cody, you know, we knew that he didn't like him. It just was a cool visual, right? But this is a complete shift. There's no coming back after this. Jimmy is not well. I mean, Heyman came out and got asked, how's Jimmy? He's like, they ain't going to patch this up and everything's great. I don't know where this leaves Jimmy, and I can't wait to find out. I don't know where this leaves Roman. I can't wait to find out. I don't know where this leaves The Rock. I don't know if The Rock's now the tribal chief. I mean, what we have just witnessed... You don't need me to tell you. It's monumental. It's absolutely monumental. It's really... So, if you felt like you didn't get like that big moment from Raw, you got it tonight. You can't tell me you didn't get it tonight. You got it tonight. And another Uncle Howdy glitch as well. Ellis Dub said, I'm excited, but I'm cautious. That's just like you. About AJ Cody. I don't want AJ to fall into the same trap that Shin has fallen into when facing Seth. A recently turned heel faces the champion, loses, and then falls off the face of the planet. Well, what I would say is I would expect him to lose. I expect him to be the one that faces Cody. I expect him to lose. And I think what we have to do then, our job, is to build him quickly after and give him something to gloat about. So I don't know if you give him the money in the bank, right? That's a way of building him up in it. Forget about the fact that it didn't work out for me before. That's irrelevant. Look what I've got now, right? I don't know if you do that. I don't know if you... have him like be the one to beat Sammy for the Intercontinental. I don't know if you give him the IC title in a few months' time. I feel like he'll lose, and you're right. Let's not go down the Shinsuke road where Shinsuke's just a bit dead in the water right now, right? We need to make sure we protect him, and one of those ways is to quickly build him back up. I tell you what, though, everyone's going to have their thoughts, and I want your thoughts. I'm going to go over to Twitter, and I'm right now, before we even shut this down, I'm going to ask for your responses, right? Oh, that could be interesting, though. That could be interesting. I'm going to do something a bit different. I'm going to ask for your responses, but I'm going to ask on a different channel. I've got a second channel that I just use for sending out links to the streams. The reason why I do that is because I've sent links out to streams before, and companies think I'm sharing links to their actual shows. The Twitter account I've got now is not even at 5,000 followers. And the reason is because this is my fourth Twitter account. It's my fourth Twitter account. My first Twitter account got to 15,000 followers and then got deleted. Right? Got removed. And then I went to a different one that got removed. And I'm sure I went to a different one and that got removed as well. And I've not done anything wrong, right? I'm not some troublemaker. It's just that they think I keep sharing links to their show. And it's not. It's to these watch-alongs. But you try correcting them. You try telling them. You try proving your point, because no one listens. They don't give a flip. They're not interested. It's just done. That's it. Gob. And there's nothing you can do about it. So trying to fight this was a nightmare. Maybe it'd be a bit easier now that Elon's took over, but trying to fight it in the past was an absolute nightmare. So that's why I have a second channel, a second account, which literally just puts out links to these. Because if that gets taken down, I don't give a flip. I'll just create another one. So that's why it exists. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on that channel and I will share it on the Wrestling Days one. That way you can still reply to it. But it will keep my notifications clean and I won't have to go through all the messages in my notifications. This is a very good idea. And it means that I can start getting these messages up earlier for you rather than later. Because part of the reason why I leave it is because I have to go through my notifications for unseen. So I can't really afford to go through all your comments about the shows as well as trying to figure out what's for unseen. It gets too cluttered. This might be a good way of doing it. So this is why it's going to be a bit different. Okay. What are your thoughts and opinions about this week's SmackDown? What are your thoughts and opinions about this week's SmackDown? Please keep it to 1 comment per person so we can get through as many as possible. You don't need to follow this account, by the way. This account, it's not, I don't tweet anything interesting on it. It's literally just for links. It's literally just so that people know we're live, right? Because if ever I put those links on my proper channel, I've already lost 3 channels. I don't need to lose anymore. Right, boom, 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 boom. Right. We're in a new era, said Manny. We're in a new era. Do have to try and find that post that I've just put up. It'll still be on my account. You don't need to go anywhere different. It'll be on my account. I'll retweet it so you can find it. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Okay, has that gone on? Yes, I'm going to show you so that you can have confidence, okay? Here, look, this is my Twitter account. My X account. X gonna give it to you. So, here we go. Wrestling Days, right? Wrestling Days YT, okay? Link to the YouTube channel. So, that was the quick video that I put up 20 minutes ago. The You Forgot About Us that we recorded. There's Miss Clown. That time I wrestled a gator with a mean yellow tan. Oh, look at him. Look at Miss Clown go. There's the video for Zelina that we never got a chance to watch from Unseen, right? Aaron, with a little fun thing. So a few bits and bobs, right? This is the one that you can have confidence replying to. This account, this Alerts Days. It's my second account, right? I use it when I'm tweeting out links to shows. Let me see if I can find one to WrestleMania. Look at all this. I'm a busy boy, man. I'm trying to find a link to a show. There must have been one. I must have sent one out for Raw. There we go. See, look, Alerts Days. The link to the Raw stream here. So I don't use my account to send out links because I keep getting accounts deleted and I'm not playing that game anymore. So you can have confidence that this is fine and it will reach me. It's still me, right? Let's go back up. Here it is. There, this one here. So feedback required. What are your thoughts and opinions on this week's SmackDown? This Alerts Days. It is still me. But actually, I think what I might do is use this going forward because what it means is that when you reply to it, it doesn't go into my notifications. You see my notifications here. It doesn't go into these notifications. So this is still going to be just unseen stuff, isn't it? Stuff for unseen or things that people want to make. Oh, hang on. What's this? Oh, what? I don't need to. Oh, no. It's still including it here because I've retweeted it. Okay, what if I mute this conversation? If I mute the conversation, have I muted it? Okay, I've muted it, so maybe I'll stop being mentioned now. Oh, that's worth knowing, isn't it? That's worth knowing. So now, hopefully, it's just going into my other notification feed. There we go. Ryder, thank you. I don't even know what that means. But Ryder just sent that 20 seconds ago. So there we go. This is a real glimpse into what I receive in my notifications, right? In fact, I'm going to retweet it. Thank you. There we go. I hope I've explained that well and why we're doing it that way. Right, Days, after the pure garbage that we've had to endure over the years, we effing deserve this shiz. We are so eating great right now. That is true. That is so true. I feel so angry for anyone that's just got into wrestling, and it's not fair on us. If you've just got into wrestling, you're just getting good stuff now, aren't you? Where was you when we had to suffer flipping Miz and Morrison, hey, hey, ho, ho? Hey? Where was you then? Where was you for, like, This Is Your Life, Bailey? Where was you for Old Day? Where was you for Bobby Lashley's sisters? Hey? Where was you? Where was you during the Thunderdome? Where was you during Retribution? Hey, where was you? You was nowhere, was you? You weren't around. You haven't got them scars. I mean, you don't remember T-Bar. But you are welcome. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. Welcome. Hope you've had a great time. We love having you. We really do. We love having you here. I miss T-Bar, said Dead Man Talking. I miss T-Bar, said no one ever. Right, let's go and get these numbers down before we run away. 18 and 2. Do you think Theory cash-in was worse than backstage from AEW? Yeah. No, I think the backstage was worse. You see, it's funny because I don't think the backstage is that bad. And I say that because I'm not an AEW fan. If I was an AEW fan, I would be horrified, but I'm not. So to me, what have they done? They've shown me footage I wanted to see. Brilliant, thank you. I mean, to me, it's brilliant. Surely people can't be down on the fact the footage was shown. If you don't like AEW, you've got to be loving it, haven't you? It's only if you're an AEW fan that you're like, oh man, we shouldn't have done that. We shouldn't have done that. But I'm not. I don't watch the show. I don't give a flip. To me, they showed me some footage I wanted to see. Brilliant. Thank you. So what I would say is, for me, it was good. I don't know that anyone won when Theory cashed in on a mid-card belt and then didn't win. I mean, I can only imagine if you really hate Theory that worked for you. If you really hate Theory, then you saw him try to cash in on a mid-card belt and he lost. So for me, like, the backstage thing, it's an own goal by AEW, but I'm so pleased that I got to see it, that there is some positive to it. I really struggled to find the positive in Theory's cash-in. I really struggled to find the positive, so I would say that Theory's cash-in was nowhere near as big a deal as the backstage thing. So I think the backstage thing has really hurt the perception of AEW. So I would say the backstage thing is worse. But if I'm going to be brutally honest, I mean, I don't even need to be brutally honest. I enjoyed the backstage thing. I love seeing the footage. I'm so grateful they played it. I love the fact they played it. I love the fact I got to see it. I'd much rather be living in a world where I saw the footage compared to a world where I didn't see the footage, you know? So for me, no complaints. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm sorry it backfired so spectacularly. I'm sorry it resulted in a dumpster fire for you, but for me personally, thanks a lot. So yeah, it's a good question. That is good question. BB Ipsy said, Days, Roman made a prediction in December the Tribal Heir was going to be solo on a SmackDown. Roman made a bold prediction the Tribal Heir would be solo. Yep. Maybe it will. Maybe it is solo. Maybe it's The Rock. Don't know. Solo could be in the running. If it is solo, where does The Rock fit into it? Where does Roman fit into it? Where does Heyman fit into it? I need to go and do that video now. Wrestler Andy said Raw Underground. Well, Andy, what I would say is we did get Dancing Girls. Do you remember? Eh? You remember. He remembers. He remembers. I remember. We all remember. I'm not going to be down on that for that reason alone, right? the fact that we did get some girls. Do you remember? Shane was standing there, and in the background behind him was like these girls, like doing all this, yeah, all that. I couldn't believe it. On Raw, dancing girls. Have we got a picture of it? I'll find a picture. Because there'll be people that are like, no, I don't remember. No, and do you know what? I've got you. I've got you. There'll be people sat there going, no, I don't remember that at all. Don't you worry. Don't you flipping worry. Let me go to my personal folder. Here it is. It's not really. It's on Google. Look at that. I will not have anything bad said about Raw Underground. It was goated. Look, this is stupid. Virgin. And here, look, we've got more. Look at this. This, listen, if we're back in the Attitude Era, this is where we're going. This is where we're going. Only less clothes. So, but other than that, it was rubbish. Other than that, it was atrocious. I think there's a concept there, isn't there? I mean, they have used it in NXT. So they have kind of tried to adapt it into a match type, which has been all right, actually, in NXT. NXT Underground's been all right. But, yeah. Just because we got somewhere with it constructive eventually, people still weren't there for the dark times, you know. The April 22nd Raw is in Columbus. It's the 5-year anniversary of the Funhouse debut, said Donalds. Dro said Raw Underground was insane. Raw Underground was where Omos cemented his legacy. That's true. Wasn't he the guard, the bodyguard? Although he had been a giant ninja before that. Because wasn't there a Viking Raiders versus Street Profits match, and Omos was the giant ninja in that? So he'd been a giant ninja, then he was the doorman for Raw Underground, and then he finally arrived. Oh, look at this. He's deleted his message. He's deleted his message. He's seen the error of his ways. We have changed the mind of Wrestle with Andy. He's seen that and he's gone, do you know what? I remember now. It wasn't all bad. It wasn't all bad. There we go. Message retracted. James said it was a great concept, but it was really bad execution. Also, the 22nd is the 5-year anniversary of the Firefly Funhouse. Big Time said there was a massive audience for Raw. Very impressive. 2.9 tuning into the first hour. I hope they get some good retention to it. Well, I mean, this SmackDown normally does 2 million, doesn't it? 2.2. I'd imagine that this will do a decent number. Hopefully people tuned in as soon as the Roman thing kicked off. Maggie, shout out to you. Maggie said the funniest thing about Tony's own goal last week about Punk was his own fans were chanting CM Punk. That's true. They were. There was a little F CM Punk chant as well, because I had never heard that, but someone sent me over the clip. So there was F CM Punk in there, but there was also a loud CM Punk chant as well. So it was an own goal. Mr. Unfamiliar said, breaking news, Vince has put all of his TKO shares up for sale. Has he? Is that true? He's put all of his shares up for sale. Mr. Unfamiliar's tagged me in it. Vince places all his shares. Wow. Man, we thought WrestleMania season was over. That would be Vince done. He'd have no connection, would he? Apart from his son-in-law is, you know, creative. I mean, he'd have no voting. I mean, like, he's got some power now. I don't think he uses it, but that's it. Clean break. Done. Out. Completely removes himself from WWE. Wow. That was 5 minutes ago, Mr. Unfamiliar. Thank you, my friends. Oh, mate, do you know what? It's 25 minutes past. I need to go off and do, like, a review, but there's so much going on. I don't want to go. I don't want to go to stupid Florida. I just want to sit here and talk wrestling. Because I'm going to be on a plane for like 9 hours. That's 9 hours of not being able to stream or talk to people. As soon as I land, I might have to stream in the airport. I'm just addicted. I might need a hit. I might be on my phone. I might be like, guys, how you doing? I just had to speak to you. Have I missed anything? What's going on? I've been in the air. I had wild boar sausages. That's true, actually. That is what I'm having. You have to place your order beforehand. And you can have wild boar sausage. I like wild boar. I've never had wild boar. I'm having wild boar. I'm like a king. I'm like a king. I'm going to be flying like a king, eating wild boar. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I'm going to be at an old banquet around a wooden round table, you know, Knights of the Round Table and everything. I'm going to have mead. I'm going to have mead. Mead and wild boar in a tankard like this, sloshing it around as King Arthur comes walking in. That's my visual of what it's going to be like. Probably not. I'll probably be in a cramped seat like this, my legs up here. The tray in front will be down, and some woman will just be like, chuck some sausages in front of me. And I'll be like, is this the wild boar? She's like, yeah. Thank you. Tastes normal. Tastes like a sausage. Doesn't taste different at all. Ashton said, when are you off to Florida? Have a great time. Tuesday. So we're doing UFC tomorrow. Then I don't know what Sunday looks like, but to be honest, it's probably me panicking because I've done nothing. I can't stress it enough. I don't even know where my passport is. I know I've got one, but I don't know where it is. So I haven't found that. I haven't found a bag. I have not found a single item of clothing. I've done nothing to pack anything I need to stream. I mean, literally, I haven't changed any money. I've done nothing. So Sunday will be me having a breakdown, right? Monday we'll do the Raw stream, and then literally Tuesday I'm off. So there's no NXT stream because I can't. I'm traveling. And you know, I did do that on purpose because we actually got a Wednesday flight so that I could do NXT, right? We got a Wednesday flight, but the problem is it's super early on Wednesday. And so it would be like I'd finish the stream and then we would be off. And we just decided it was better if we just ended up staying in the hotel because we'd be closer, we'd be there. So sadly, no NXT stream. I'm hoping it'd be great if Tommy did it. I know he was like trying to see if he would be able to, but yeah, Tommy Toy Travels does AEW, TNA. A lot of our community go over there. He got a great crowd for his AEW stream the other day, so it'd be great if he could do NXT, but it's not going to be possible, unfortunately. But Raws, Smackdowns, all of that, I'm looking to keep doing that whilst I am in America. How can you not? Look at how amazing it is at the moment, you know? So streams should continue. Hopefully Unseens will continue. And, you know, I'll just keep on top of it as I'm out and about. I'll have my phone. So I'll keep on top of it. And then when I get back home, I'll, you know, put something together. I mean, I wouldn't expect all the timestamps and everything. I'm just going to put stuff out, really. But yeah, it should be really good. But I am not ready for it at all. And with that being said, I really need to run away. James said, Tony is struggling right now. Go easy on him. He's got a serious case of suffering succotash. Right, thanks a lot for watching, my friends. I really hope you enjoyed this. I mean, well, I just really hope you're enjoying wrestling at the moment, to be honest, because how can you not? So much happening, so many talking points. Really appreciate you joining us. And as we said, we're back tomorrow for UFC. But if you're a wrestling fan, we will be back on Monday for Raw. But we'll have plenty of content coming onto the channel over the next few days. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it. Bye for now.